are saying that we need more judges, we need more courts. And we are also saying that the enforcers of the law for the government, the Nigerian Copyright Commission, for instance, and Standard Organization of Nigeria, NAFDAC, need to be empowered even in the enforcement of intellectual property by prosecuting infringers.
I think generally for me, it's just for us to change the orientation we have towards IP. There's a mindset of people not just understanding the value that is being attached to intellectual property as a product or as a property or as an asset that can be owned, that can be traded and can be exploited. Essentially, IP creation and IP management as a whole is extremely expensive. It's an expensive business, and even the government or the legislation, people that are in charge of financial institutions and whatever it is, have zero knowledge about how the economics of IP works. So even if the government has said, oh, there's 1 billion with CBN for the creative fund, the parameters to access this money is insane. It doesn't make any sense because you've not put those structures in place to ensure that, the average creative or the average company that works in creating IP or manages IP can access this money. So it's a futile venture, so a lot of the funds that have been set up that you say, oh, there's fanfare about, oh, this money has been set up for this, has been set up for that. Nobody can access it because you're putting parameters that do not make sense and we cannot.
And to other parts of Africa, a Rwandan opposition lawmaker has slammed the Rwandan United Kingdom asylum seeker deal, arguing it could create budget difficulties and destabilize the society in the long run. Frank Habineza, a Rwandan opposition lawmaker, has criticized Britain's decision to send asylum seekers to his home country. He is one of the rare critical voices on the matter in East African country. The president of Democratic Green Party of Rwanda called the deal inhuman, questioning its legality. The comment comes weeks after the British and the Rwandan Foreign Affairs Minister announced what they called a migration and economic development partnership.
We are completely against these kind of deals, whether it's Denmark or UK or Israel or whatever. We are not in agreement. If people come to you, take care of them. We have signed the UN Convention, all of us, to take care of refugees. It's really inhumane and also against human rights. Because if it's the right of the people to go where they have gone. So if you send them to a country where they did not choose, that means you're forcing them to go somewhere else. So that's against their rights. It's an abuse of human rights as well. So we have to respect their rights and the rights of refugees. Conflicts are inevitable. When people come in and you say you're going to give them those 120 million pounds and they are going to live a very good life, whereas other Rwandans, they don't have anything the same way as that, then be sure that there will be conflicts, that people will say, oh, so these people are living a better life than us. Yeah, so there will be conflicts. Then there will also be conflicts on natural resources, competition. We don't have land, and if the Americans are going to settle here, that means we'll be given land. They will be also put into the national budget like others, because that money is only for 5 years. Afterwards, we don't know.
And outside Africa, Russia's defense ministry says its caliber missiles have struck an armed depot in Ukraine's Zaporizhia region, housing weapons from the United States and Europe countries. The ministry, which said its air force had destroyed 59 Ukraine military targets overnight, said the missile had destroyed hangars with a large consignment of foreign weapons and ammunition supplied to Ukraine troops by the United States and Europe countries. Russia had warned that the United States had large Western deliveries of weapons to Ukraine and are fueling 9-week-old conflict. And to some business news, the House of Representatives has queried the management of First Bank of Nigeria over 94.345 billion naira revenue alleged collected on behalf of Nigerian Customs Service. The Chairman House Committee of Public Accounts, Oluwole Oke, queried the management during the investigative hearing into the audit queries issued by the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation. According to the query, First Bank in an MOU charged 30,000 naira and other commissions mounting to 1.3 billion naira, thereby raising the commission to 1 billion naira as against the 30,000 naira originally charged. Mr. Shehu Aliyu, who led the First Bank Executive Director, said the bank ought to collect 30,000 naira per 1,000 as stipulated in the Memorandum of Understanding signed by both parties. He said in addition to the 30,000 charge, there were other charge of 10,000 for interswitch, adding that the bank had during the last public hearing informed the committee of its plan to tender a new report to reflect the new 10,000 charge. The president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN Comfort Yator, says the body will continue to educate members with relevant training, skills and technology to meet up with the evolving global trends. He also mentioned that on sideline of an official visit to the Lagos and District Society on Monday. Our reporter Justin Akadonye tells more.
Members of the Lagos and District Society welcomed their 57th president to Odida. Although the gathering is a relaxed one, issues affecting the accountancy profession take center stage. Top on the front burner is the relevance of accountants joining the profession and their lack of employability. However, all hope is not lost. The ICAN boss, flanked by other executives, hints of a silver lining.
We are establishing ICAN Academy, for instance, where we can also put them through the necessary training. Apart from their own professional continuous training. Then we also have entrepreneurship initiative which we have started already. The aspect of that is to also those who want to go into practice to make them see what it looks like, teach them the business aspect as well as the skill aspect.
So most of them know is people that the students, ICAN is one of the most difficult exams. People think they pass. So when he said about the past ICAN examination, he's so happy because he knows the rigor of the examination processes. Now, transferring that same zeal and what you have acquired into the field is now the challenge ICAN is having.
Now, these may not be the best of times for the profession, as accountants are being challenged not only by the harsh economic circumstances of the nation, but also by pieces of regulations. They speak of how gaps in the Company and Allied Matters Act (CAMA) affect their practice.
The guiding rules of members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants are accuracy and integrity. In natural sense, accountants, that's what is sought, is meant to defend both the profession and the organization it works for, safeguard its assets, and ensure that the resources of the organizations are safeguarded.
Now, some of the jobs that are supposed to be done by accountants, for instance, some of the provisions that talks about if your turnover is below 25 million, you are not supposed to pay tax. Good, very good provision. To be tax friendly to businesses. But now that means if you are not going to pay tax, that you don't prepare an account.
The ICAN president also condemned the continuous disregard for professionals in the civil service recruitment process.
And in entertainment news, singer Davido and Adekunle Gold will be headlining for a Williams Music Festival, Something in the Water, on June 19, 2022. The music festival is returning to the delight of music and festival lovers after a brief halt due to coronavirus pandemic. Davido and Adekunle Gold's performance at the music festival was confirmed by Pharrell and his team in an Instagram post on Monday. The duo has a hit duet, High, which ruled the airwaves in 2021 and 2022. They will be joining a long list of global music stars that include Lil Baby, Chloe and Halle, Lil Uzi Vert, Tyler the Creator, Tari Wack, Ron the Jewels, John Baptiste, David Matthews Band, and more. And in sport, injuries sidelined Davies and James for the stretch of the season and prevented the trio from finding a rhythm. The veteran squad, which was the oldest in the league with an average age of 30, ultimately missed the playoffs. The Lakers parted ways with the Frank Vogel at the end of the season, despite the head coach having led the team to a championship inside the NBA bubble during the coronavirus pandemic in 2020. O'Neil said Mark Jackson, who infused the young Golden State Warriors team with confidence that later helped them flourish into a dynasty under Steve Kerr, would be his pick to replace the Vogel.
You're going to keep LeBron, Russ, and AD. Everybody else has to be up. Very young. Can't have 5 and 6 guys in their upper 30s, because the league is getting younger and getting faster. So if you're going to keep those 3, you got to get younger. You got to get younger and you got to get more shooters. And that's really because when LeBron and Russ penetrates, you need shooters. And then if AD can stay healthy, you have a different conversation. But to have, like Chuck says, old geezers out there running up against these young boys, it's not going to work over an 82-game stretch. Mark Jackson helped build Golden State. Steve Kerr took it to the next level, but Mark Jackson, made it a very sexy brand to watch. So I'm sure he can do that with LeBron and Russ. Yes, I like it. I don't like how they're depicting my good friend Jerry West, but other than that, I think it's very, very interesting. Yeah, Jerry was always kind and compassionate to me. I never seen him have those.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Boko.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Like, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Musayome Sale, and today I'm joined by the ladies. We have a full house. Excited, even though I have an injury. Who are we starting with? Let's start with the lady in the pink hair. Let's do team blue, team orange. You can see our theme today. And the blue people have crazy hair colors.
Call it creative.
Oh, okay. I think it's crazy.
They have creative hair colors.
We had an amazing day, didn't we, Alera?
Yes, we did.
I have no idea.
Were you sure you had an amazing No, were you sure you had an amazing day?
Oh, my dear, I will call it what I want to call it
I
at the end
agree
of the
with
day.
you.
Well, it was really interesting because I met a Zimbabwean queen and we had fun getting her all dolled up for her photo shoot. So yeah, it was a good one, even though
it was stressful.
The backyard, experience was not palatable. But we're good. We're still standing.
You know, this is your work, eh? She does not do local makeup.
International.
You see that the person is in Germany, is coming to Nigeria. So you hear the one in China.
Coincidentally, she resides in Germany. You're in the spirits.
You see that? I was not there.
International somebody.
But how was it though?
Yeah, it was
I hope she
good.
loved her
She
look.
was so calm. I think that was what was it for me. She was so calm throughout the storm, and it was good. It turned out really nice.
I should come for my
We
makeup.
can't wait to see the
Do you stay in Germany?
What's making you think I'm not just coming from the abroad?
We don't do local makeup.
Hi, Alera.
Hello.
How are you? How's your day? And how is the week starting for you?
So, I mean, the week started really good. I'm optimistic, and my day was good as well up until this evening, and I'm like, oh, not today. But I mean, like Nama said, you have to interpret how your day is. So even if it's not really looking as you expect, still be thankful for
You made it through,
right? I'm excited.
and you're still looking very dazzling.
And see, I don't understand. I think just looking at myself makes me feel, like.
I thought I was bad.
I love me.
I thought you were bad, but now I'm humbled where she is.
How about you, Elsie? I love your dress. I love. You're looking.
Elsie's dress is
head to
bouncing.
toe. You're looking
Don't
good.
get missing in the set, though. You just
Bounce it.
disappear.
Bounce it.
I wish I could bounce it, but check my Instagram.
Check our Instagram
on the
video,
Instagram
you see
stories.
Oh, you look really good. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
So how's the day starting for you? Abi, how was the day rather?
My day was not hectic.
Lucky.
You know how my work is. There are times when you're launching something, like you're launching a product, launching a new feature, or just announcing something and it's all crazy. You're checking the T&C, you're checking the comps, everything, you're on the campaign. And then, but for now, we're waiting for the products to be done cooking. So it's a bit calm. Although there's still the office drama, you know, that I explained, but it's calm.
I
think
it we have a lot of products cooking.
Which is a good thing.
Yes.
I love it. That means it's going to come like boom, boom, boom,
boom, boom, boom.
Mine is, oh yes,
no, we're going to blow your mind.
It's true. I forgot to mention. You know,
technologically.
I mentioned earlier that I was going to give away audience the first notice for our wait list. So, ladies and gentlemen of Nigeria,
announcement of the day.
The wait list is available. Yay. You need to visit activateit.ng to register and gain an access to free 1-month subscription.
Yay.
Okay. From Lexi.
What are they subscribing to?
So they're subscribing to a platform that basically gives them access to discounts from different brands, basically
all brands.
I mean everything they can think about.
Discount.
Yes, everything discount. So please fill the wait list.
And we actually do need
enjoy.
Everything discount at this point.
Yeah,
it's necessary.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Money
really
today.
expensive.
Yes,
yeah,
we're talking money today.
Yes, now.
Who are really? I had no idea. Oh, disclaimer in case. But let's move on.
Here's what we found as today's code. It's not me that said it. Okay. Rich people are poor people with money. It's as simple as that. That's what they said in the quote. But recently, rather, Nollywood actor Muyiwa Ademola, in an Instagram post, he pinned an opinion that increase in money has increased the killings, right, that are related to rituals, because the country is designed for the rich people. He proceeded to write, everyone wants to be rich and everyone will suffer for creating such a society. So it's our ladies' night out, and Norma, Alero, Elsie and I will be discussing this question. So based on what he said, we're asking, is Nigeria truly designed for the rich? That's the conversation. It's money now. And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear your thoughts on this question. Now, but first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You're still watching Ways. Now, World Intellectual Property Day is observed annually on 26th of April. The event was established by the World Intellectual Property Organization in 2000 to raise awareness of how parents, copyright, trademarks, and design impact on daily life, and to celebrate creativity and the contribution made by creators and innovators to the development of societies across the globe. Now, 26th of April was chosen as the date for World Intellectual Property Day because it coincides with the date on which the convention establishing the World Intellectual Property Organization entered into force in 1970. So, happy Intellectual Property Day.
Hey,
for all the writers and all bloggers.
No, you are going for creative people.
Eh?
But you're actually, also you're in the creative space as well.
No, but intellectual.
I'm just hammering on
it's a creative space.
Yeah, so it's mostly for writers.
Yeah, I always like
poets,
to.
You have people.
No, I'm saying that. So I like to separate it, because when I think creativity, I'm thinking a broader spectrum. Okay. There's arts, there's everything, you know, design, fashion. But when I think intellectual property, it's more in the
actually works across.
It's a creative space.
So even this show can there's a way you can.
But the idea is not unique to Ways, right? So it's just that we're just doing it excellently well.
There's a part of it that is in a different way because the structure, the way it's structured. I mean, the name Ways can actually also. But I think for me, World Intellectual Property Day, I would like to maybe encourage those who still want their children to go into studying law in school to find a way to help them gain their foot in that area, because we need more IP lawyers in Nigeria. Like, we need a lot. As much as we even need entertainment lawyers, we need a lot more IP lawyers, because when it comes to entertainment, yes, they are restricted to entertainment, and of course maybe if you are ready to read wide, you can dabble around, but when you're really an IP lawyer, the world is definitely out for them right now and they are needed. So if you're having conversations and your kids want to still be a lawyer, then maybe just, I'm not saying force them, just guide them to let them see how important those lawyers will become. I mean, they're important right now and they're scarce. And just think about where we are going to right now, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I want to say. Yeah.
Okay, so who are we starting with? Let me start with Norma. What's your story for the day? Not again. I just met you this week. Isn't I again?
All right. So my story is on elections. Well, it seems to be the season, so we're going to be hearing a lot of that. This one has to do with the Electoral Act, and it has the headline, Amechi Ngige, others risk disqualification over failure to resign. So the story goes that there are strong indications that all progressives Congress may disqualify political appointees contesting for 2023 elections who have not resigned their appointments. And it was gathered that the party would not risk being disqualified by fielding political appointees in contravention of Section 84, subsection 12. So these political appointees who have signified their interest to contest in the presidency on the platform of the APC include the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, and his counterpart for Labor and Employment, Senator Chris Ngige, who joined the race on Tuesday last week. Now, reports have it that Minister of Justice was also interested in Kebbi State governorship ticket, as well as a lot of other, some serving ambassadors and some other people in government, right? So, and of course, this section has been in the headlines in recent times. People are questioning. Some people are still saying it's not applicable. So there's a lot of controversy about it. The Electoral Act that said that appointees have to resign first of all before the
so I think this is still the primaries, for goodness sake.
Yes,
I mean, why do you want them to resign when they are not even sure they are going to
exactly? But they have, I think they have up to a month or so before the primaries
to resign,
to be able to resign.
Well, okay.
But there's still the controversy.
I just have one question. What exactly is Chris Ngige running for again?
What well, he would be in a better position to answer.
No, I just answered presidency.
He thinks that he has what it takes to be able to run for the presidency. He thinks, underline.
So what has he done?
He believes.
What has he done with his ministry?
I'm sure he will be in a good position to answer for himself concerning what he's done.
No, you know what
we are the ones that are in the better position to choose the kind of people that
you know where
but people love you on this show.
Oh, definitely.
I don't understand. I mean, there are some people
definitely.
that
I'm not standing for him.
She's just giving us the information.
He is going to answer for himself. I'm just reading the news as
see, let me tell you something. In all honesty, today I wanted us to discuss politics, but because of headache that I have, I will not be able to tackle it because
you now have headache to bottom and above.
It's not. I tell you, my leg down joined the ache. So the thing is, like, I don't understand. You know, I went online today and I saw the crop of people that are saying that they want to be Nigeria's president.
There's
like I say, you know what? Let me say, I don't blame them.
I
don't blame them. Nigerians are gullible now.
So they have found that even Rochas of Rocha is also running.
He said, permit me to lead the
so it's a playground.
So everybody
there will be a bit of turbulence.
And even, I mean, time will not even allow me to go through, but it broke down, down to the different offices available for presidency, how much they were supposed to use to buy their forms.
Well, that one is even not the problem. My question is, this one says that it would be an injustice if it does not run for office. Another one says like, I mean,
I don't know why you're making this thing get to you. This one is saying injustice. Didn't
they are declaring. They have
God
every right to
since God sent him, has he gotten to the seats now?
Okay,
so everybody has the right to say whatever they want to say. So
that's why I didn't want to talk about it because I already have a bad headache. So let me not complicate my matter. But on Thursday, I'm coming for them.
Okay, so from my news is actually regarding Elon Musk acquiring Twitter. So the former boss and co-founder of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, has hailed Elon Musk's acquisition of the platform, Reacting to the $44 billion deal, Dorsey tweeted in principle, I don't believe anyone should own or run Twitter. I want it wants to be a public good at a protocol level, not a company, solving the problem of it being a company. However, Elon is a singular solution I trust, and I trust his mission to extend the light of consciousness. So basically, he has given his blessing to Elon Musk, and that money is a lot of money, $44 billion to purchase Twitter. So now everybody basically is curious to know, how is
they said his
Elon
first
Musk
task is to restore Donald Trump's account.
I mean, but he's actually
did he say that?
No, I said that they said. I
he's
didn't say
giving everybody
an
opportunity for their voice to be heard.
That's
which
what
means,
he said.
which
He
means
wants it to be
including
free. So
including
even
Donald Trump.
Yes.
Yeah. So that but that's what people are speculating, that his first.
But Donald Trump has his own social media.
No, he's been taken off Twitter.
No, but he has
his own. He created his own platform. Well, we don't even know what it's called. So let's move on.
And he has quite a number of followers.
Okay, so this is about Nigeria and diversification of our revenue. I mean, we've all been talking about it, and it seems like we have something in the news regarding that. So the Nigerian government says it will issue a request for qualifications in June for bidders interested in receiving concessions to begin the production of bitumen in the country. Nigeria holds about 42.47 billion tons of proven reserves of bitumen, estimated to be the 6th largest in the world, but has not yet exploited the resources, a potential huge source of revenue for the country. Bitumen is a black viscous mixture of hydrocarbons obtained naturally or as residue from petroleum distillation. It is used for road surfacing, roofing, adhesives, and installations, and is found in Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, and Edo states. So I think, I mean, it's a long read. It can be found in Premium Times, but I think it's interesting to see that people are thinking, and I'm hoping that this really goes well, because we really need to diversify. And I also like the states that are at the center of this now. It's not just about, where we always know that a certain resource is coming from. So
see, we have, I think, if I'm correct, or if I'm not, let me not mix it up now, but our bitumen reserve in Nigeria, I think it should be among the top 3 in the world.
But then again,
do you understand? So I don't even understand why we even have one single pothole if we had a government, because we have everything, every resource to not even have bad roads, because of the amount of bitumen that we have untapped. Do you understand? Untapped. So I mean, if they are really ready to say that this thing will start to, you see, we just need somebody that is serious, that understands the need and understand business, because this is business, right? Why are we wasting resources?
Nigeria is beyond the country. Nigeria is a business because we've been blessed with so much.
Unfortunately,
so much. So Nigeria is a business.
Unfortunately, the kind of leadership, like I had mentioned, is not even looking at that way. And because we have been programmed to export or to import.
We are always waiting for people to drop it on our lap.
We are not a producing
at all.
And as long as we do not begin to look for ways to produce, we'll continue to be at the mercy of other
Absolutely.
people.
So my story is actually quite interesting. I found this story and I thought it was worth talking about, given that we're talking about money issues today. Someone said, so the guy says, I could see pains and regret in their eyes. Nigerian man, he forgives some young men who allegedly stole about 8.5 million naira from him. He says he will set them up in a petty business. So apparently these guys were security guards at his house in Lekki. So they broke into his apartment, tore his bags, and made away with about $15,000. If you convert it with current rate right now, it's about 8.5 million. I mean, he said he spent about 2 million trying to track them down, eventually tracked some in Benue with 2 million naira and all of that. So he said, see, he had spent some time in Alagbon, trying to fight government and all of that and fighting corruption. So he understands, the state of the prisons and all of that these young guys, they have apologized. Honestly, he truly wants to move on and just, forgive them. Because if it's, so for me, I think the conversation, around what we're talking about today, whether Nigeria is actually built for the rich, it just goes to show that a lot of times, even the kind of crimes that we see when it comes to, cyber crime, everything crime, rituals and all of that, judging from the actor that made that comment, it just tells you that everything is geared towards money.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why the conversation is important to have. Are we truly about money, or there's a lot more to us as a country? Because it seems like everything you do, just make sure that in everything you're doing, make money. They'll tell you that don't steal small money. If you want to steal in billions. Do you understand? Steal in billions.
For generations.
So that when eventually maybe there are issues and everything, you are able to keep some money aside to do all the bribery and all the whatever, and you still go home clean with some cool cash. So today's our conversation. We're talking Nigeria and money. Is it for the rich? That's the question. We'll do that right after the break. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, according to the NDIC, 98% of Nigerians don't have up to 500,000 naira. That's $1,250 in their accounts. Now, according to McKinsey & Co., only 2 million people in Nigeria have purchasing power and annual incomes over $10,000. Now, Shakiru Adebayo, in an article titled Crazy Rich Nigerians, stated that in 2018, Nigeria was crowned as the poverty capital of the world, the same year that it made headlines as the country with the highest number of black billionaires in the world. So why would a country with the largest economy in Africa have such a staggering number of the have-nots? Yes, the politicians, in bracket, who sometimes, but not all the time, double as the CRNs, right, the crazily rich Nigerians, siphon our resources, but that is not the whole story, right? The 5 richest Nigerians whose combined wealth is more than the GDP of many countries are not politicians. To be wealthy is in and of itself not a sin, but the morality of wealth is dependent on its source as well as the attitude of its owner. So with everything that's happening in the country, the disregard of the wealthy in showcasing their wealth, especially on social media, and the growing frustration amongst middle-class and low-class Nigerians, we are asking, is Nigeria truly designed for the rich? Now, please, let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WaysShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. Okay. So, let me put out a disclaimer. Oh, my ladies, they keep wondering, where do you get all these weird topics from? But I think when I saw that post, right, it actually got me thinking. And I like conversations that get me thinking, right? Is it common to Nigeria that for every time you walk into a room, you're sized, and it is based on how you're sized, that is how you are probably attended to, right? This get money at all cost thing that we see today, go on social media, go on any platform now, it is everything must make sure that it hits to the point that I am making money. You see people buy cars, they go on social media, they didn't buy the car, but they go on social media and tell you that, oh, my hard work has paid off. Yeah. Because they understand the language, they understand the power, that such things do. It attracts more. So this fake it till you make it, all of those things all ties up into the question, that says, is Nigeria really meant for the rich? Because everything we do right now, everything, you must make sure that the end goal is that you are rich, you have the buying power, you have money. But I want to ask this question first of all. Is it really a true summation or the true picture of what we are or who we are right now in Nigeria that, it has to be about money?
So yes, it basically has to be, because most of the things that you have to do to survive, basically everybody's on survival mode, including the rich and the average and then the poor. So let's forget the rich right now. Let's talk about the average and the poor. They have to eat, they have to pay their rent, they have to take care of their children, they have to probably take care of themselves as well. And if they don't have the resources to do any of these things, it's going to be a problem. Because right now, the cost of living has gone up. The cost of food in the market has gone up. I mean, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago that there was a conversation of 20,000 naira cannot cook. I busy 100,000 naira cannot cook a pot of, no, 10,000 naira cannot cook a pot of stew anymore for an average person. So, I mean, yes, that was a conversation a couple of weeks ago. Yes, things are expensive. How many people are you feeding?
Okay, it depends on how many.
Yes, now we're actually referring to a family now, like an average family of, let's say, 2 or 4. That on a good day, that 10,000 naira stew would be enough for like a couple of days. But right now it's different. So I'm saying that you don't, I mean, I'm not saying they should go to crime, but the reason why they're doing this thing is because the cost of living has increased. Do you understand? So, I mean, I feel like the children a couple of weeks ago as well that were caught trying to do ritual with, is it their mother Abihu that they said they caught them trying to do the whole thing?
Or is it the boy? 16, or is it the boy that boy? No, the one that killed his girlfriend. Yeah, that was having
sex with the girl. Yes,
with the corpse for 6 days or something.
Until he was caught.
So it's just like get rich or die trying. I mean, with the issue that happened with Hush Puppy, everybody back then were looking up to him with the luxurious life and all of that, and then eventually when the FBI caught him that, oh yeah, he has been a fraudulent person and has stolen a couple of, this thing is out there in the news, but people are still trying their best to make money through any means, scamming, ritual, killing and the likes. I mean, it's just crazy how this is the reality that we see right now, and I don't know how this is going to change, and I don't know how long it will take, but truthfully, the idea that Nigeria is for the rich is no joke. It actually is something that happens.
Okay, so I like the conversation and where you're taking it to. So can I break it down a lot further? You know how you travel outside of the country, you come out fresh off college, you're able to start to work, and you're able to get mortgage, right? So you are not thinking...
That is if you have a good credit.
Well, yeah. But let me say that, let's leave fresh graduates. You got a job. You are able to immediately start to think, I can actually plan my salary around a monthly mortgage towards owning that home. In Nigeria, the case is not like that. You understand? You are not even able to make a lot of money that can, and you're thinking, as you're thinking now as a young person, the first thing you're thinking is how to pay your rent. Thankfully, Fashola reduced it to 1 year. 1 year. It was 2 years before. Landlords will ask you, some people would even ask you for 3 or 4. Yeah. That was a huge capital. You had not even earned that money, but you needed to pay that money. Then you want to get a car. You can't afford a car because, first of all, maybe you do not even have the job that can give you maybe a bank loan. So you have to buy a Tokumbo car. Worst case scenario, you are thinking within the range of a million, then, not now. Because now if you want to buy the same Tokumbo car, you are spending a lot more. So everything is tied to cash in Nigeria, right? You can't go in and say, you know what, I can keep a little bit of my money, pay it instrumentally. Abroad, when you go outside of if you go to pay for something and you are paying cash, they are looking like you like a mad person. Where did you come from? Because they are not used to that culture of spending, cash. So when I see that summation that is Nigeria designed for the rich, I would agree that yes, because everything we do is cash based. We do not even do things around. So now, it is so difficult. You want to buy a house, you are buying it, bam. You are not paying small. You want to buy this, you are buying, bam. You want to buy this. So how can the average person cope? You understand? But let me hear your thoughts.
Well,
so the conversation is coming out now.
It's getting there, But I'd just like to say that, I mean, what caught my attention while you were speaking is the fact that the cash full society that we found ourselves. Other systems, other climes, other countries have gradually thought of ways to make life easier for their people, citizens. So you have maybe in the US where you have cashless society, you have credit, and if you have good credit, you will do everything to make sure that your credit is good so that you can be open to mortgage and loans and all of that, which makes life easy. You can plan yourself, right? You can say, okay, in so amount of time, I can be able to make up the money, or you are able to put structure to yourself. Yeah. So you bring it back.
Structure.
You're able to put structure to yourself. You now bring it back to the Nigerian setting, and because gradually we have gravitated towards now, I don't even, and this is me being controversial here, I don't even think we have true rich Nigerians. And if we have, there are very few of them. Because majority of the people that we see who have seemingly made money have made it through devious means. And these are the people that Nigerians see as the so-called rich people that they're emulating. A Hush Puppy, for example, I look at him, I look at his lifestyle, and I want to be like Hush Puppy all of a sudden, because that is the image that I have of the rich. And then before I know it, I want to do the thing. So if it's Yahoo that's what's reigning, that's what I'm going to gravitate towards. If it's ritual killing, there was a time that was really bad. So everybody who wanted to make money had to be in some circles or some caucus or whatever, because that was how you made it. You have to be part of us. You have to do the things that we do to be able to make the money. And these are the people that you see. There was a time where graduates in Nigeria could afford to buy cars as a graduate. Because of what you are paid, you have, I mean, even the Naira value at the time could afford you to plan to buy and then we had our Peugeot in Nigeria. So we were manufacturing cars here. So it was easy for you to be able to plan to have a car as a graduate. But unfortunately, we have eradicated that again. All of the systems that would have created that opportunity for Nigerians to truly make money have gradually been eroded in our system. Now we have more people who are stealing money. Now we have more, and that's why a lot of things are cash-based. Because they've stolen it, they don't know how to or where to put it. They can't put it.
Just go and buy a house now.
The next thing they buy, not just a house, they buy an estate.
What happens to real estate? You understand? A house that has if you check it in real time, that house value has not appreciated up until that point. But you see somebody that comes, has so much money that God knows where he got the money from. Buys the property. The realtor will say, okay, it means that we can increase the prices. But they are false, what's it called?
False numbers.
False numbers, because the houses, if you look at false evaluation, thank you, Elsie. Because if you look at those numbers, those houses, if you check it, the price shouldn't go as high as what some of them are selling for. But because people just have loose cash that we do not even know the source where it came from, every other person now suffers for it. So you talked about structure. Now come to Elsie. Because when you talk about structure, it's as simple as even, for instance, if I go to London, I'm not thinking I need to get a car. Because from the airport, I can take a train to anywhere I'm going to. You have the Oyster card, everything. But you see here in Nigeria, I remember when my sister was coming to Lagos to serve, I had to tell her, you understand, then she was still dating her husband. I said, see, this is your husband, he can afford to buy you a brand new car. Please, go and buy, and don't buy Tokumbo. Because I don't want the one that you break down Third Mainland Bridge. I'll start looking for who will go and rescue you. It is that bad, because you have to now think through all the expenses that you shouldn't have been thinking of. Because if the trains were working, if the public system was good, nobody will be thinking of investing so much in cars. Do you understand? So it's all intertwined to just make sure that problem, whether you like it or not. And that's why you see a lot of young people, no matter what, they'll tell you that I just want to get rich. I get rich or I die trying. That's what is happening now, and it's impacting heavily. We're talking about moral decadence. We're talking about everything is being impacted. But let me hear your thoughts, Elsie, on the question. Then we'll take a break and open our phone lines.
This thought is somehow, but I like the things that Norma has said in terms of structure, and also the part where you came from, where you were talking about things that are attainable, credit facilities and all that. And I would just say, I mean, I live in Nigeria, I grew up in Nigeria, so Nigeria is a peculiar case, and it's just interesting to see how it's interesting and sad at the same time how the decadence, like you said, just keeps going bad and bad and bad, and which is why we keep talking about having good leaders, so that hopefully we can begin to get things right, because it's just difficult, right, to survive as a Nigerian, especially when the things that you're supposed to have readily available to you as a citizen of the country is not made available for you. I also want to, I want to talk about two things. That's poverty and then financial literacy. I want to categorically say that poverty is a global thing. With all these indices we see, Nigeria is the whatever capital of poverty in the world. I know we have it bad, but there are still some politics that goes into some of these indices we see, that unfortunately, because our leaders don't also care about the PR and positioning of a country, just the way you also need to position a business to attract the kind of investors and the kind of people that you want in that business is the way a country is run as well. Absolutely. But unfortunately, we have people that are not thinking in that direction. The image of Nigeria is nothing to write home about. So you're sitting in the comfort of your home, you're watching a CNN, for example, and you're seeing an advert about Ghana. You're seeing an advert about Dubai. I didn't want to use Dubai, so let's just leave it at Ghana, because you would say, oh, Dubai is what? They are rich, right? Whatever. But we're talking of Ghana right now. You're seeing an image that tells you, oh, I need to visit this country. We do not have anybody doing that. So that's to tell you how the people that are leading us are even thinking. So if there is anything...
And they go to those places.
If there's anything that is going to be like a bad indices, it's just going to be easy for anybody to put you there, because we are not just interested, right? So I'm saying, again, I was watching a conversation, I think I shared that with you yesterday, conversation between Oprah and Viola Davis. She wrote a book called Finding Me. I think it came out today, but they did like a sit down to just talk about it. And she was sharing her story, and that story I think was powerful, not because, I'm not the kind of person that would just draw onto grass to grace story, because there is that notion that Nigerians just love grass to grace story. But it just sort of opened my mind to what it is, like poverty. When she was describing the poverty that she grew up in, even Oprah said, I know I grew up poor, but
it's not
this your own, it's on another level. And she didn't grow up from Nigeria. She grew up from
abroad,
America, right? And she was telling you how she grew up in a place where rats were eating their skin, jumping on their body, and that is America. That is not Nigeria, right? But you are never going to see that part of America in the media, right? No. Except for people like this now that are coming up to speak. So that's for you to just understand that yes, a lot is happening. It seems all like they have things as well, that yes, credit facilities, but there are people who are going through it. And when I say going through it, they are going through it, and which is why people like Oprah and Viola now are saying, you know what, we cannot stop helping people, because if those places are perfect as well, right, they wouldn't have to really be raising a finger to help anybody. They'll just tell their story and like, oh, the world is now perfect, or our country is now perfect, and move on. But then again, moving on to financial literacy, came to my mind when you were talking about credit facilities and all. And it's just to tell you that when we talk about financial literacy, I think on Monday was National Financial Literacy Day or something, you understand that for Nigeria, it is a national issue. It is not a personal issue. We do not have, like you said, mortgage. We don't have the culture for, we don't. So you can now see that also playing out in our systems, because like you said, there was a time graduates will come out of school and they already have a job waiting for them, and that job is enough to sustain them. Now we are living in an economy whereby everything just keeps going down. Even what's your minimum wage? So even if there is a system now, based on what you talked about in terms of real estate and how it's been evaluated, and there is a system that says, oh, okay, if you're working, you can pay X amount of money every month and earn your have a home or live in a home, please, how much are you going to begin to pay inside 18,000 naira?
Okay, let's take a break.
Before you say you own a home, that means you pay till you die.
You cannot even
you
pay.
know, so financial literacy and financial problem is a national
It's a big issue. Let's take a break because we want to open our phone lines. I hear the phones are already buzzing. They've been buzzing for a while. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, if you just tuned in, it's our ladies' night out, and we're asking this question: is Nigeria truly designed for the rich? That's the question. It's something that you really need to sit down and think, about. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow. Our phone line is now open. Please remember the rules. Turn off the volume of your television set so we can hear ourselves. The number to call is 070-2500-7749. That's the number to call. So, this thing you talked about, minimum wage and all of that. I remember that, I'm setting up an apartment and the young man came, I think it was his father or his brother or something. They did not say it's his first time. See, it's ASU strike that is causing it too. So my mom kept on advising him, learn the skill well, because even if you graduate, you're not even sure of a job, But I think we have a caller. Thank you for calling. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I'm calling from Ota.
Who? Oh, Samuel from Ota. Thank you for calling. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, a quick one. I want to greet you beautiful ladies. You are doing great. In fact, I love this program. I love you. I love you.
Oh, thank you.
A quick one. Nigeria. In fact, let me even go local. We dey crave for this country. We dey crave. Madness they worry for. This is the only country that somebody will graduate. He has no hope of tomorrow. He just dey go. Even if the friend.
Oh, we lost you. Oh, so sorry, Samuel. Try to call. Oh, okay.
In certificate.
I think it's too loud.
They rule us. How can we progress as people? We are mad in this country. No plan, no social plan, nothing, no hospital.
Calm down, Samuel. That's why we're having a conversation.
If we are leading.
Thank you. Thank you, Samuel.
Point me one good hospital. Point me one good area. Point me one state politician.
Thank you, Samuel. So you could see the frustration from his voice. I'm telling you, you go to the hospital. So a friend of mine relocated to the UK, and they have a child with special needs. When she was telling me how much they spent on that child, if they were going to pay off pockets, it was horrendous.
Of course.
You pay for the rest of your life.
Of course.
Same thing with my sister that lives abroad. I mean, when she tells me the kinds of bills, hospital-wise, so you cannot not start to think. And that's why, you see, this conversation, I want people to start thinking when we are thinking of 2023.
Exactly.
Do you understand? You can't just come and say, I will build the project I did not build before.
We don't want to hear that.
Those are not the kinds of conversations we're having. How would you make my life better? How would I come out tomorrow and say, you know what, I can boast of XYZ because I'm a Nigerian? What are the benefits of being a Nigerian?
It's really insane.
Okay, let me take another call. Tony. Hello, you're live. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Go ahead, you're live.
I want to thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tony. I'm calling from Abuja.
Thank you, Tony.
The issue is that if you are normal in Nigeria, you cannot do anything. Nigeria actually is sorry that every Nigerian is supposed to be a millionaire. But the fact remains that very few have decided to take these millions to within their own area, meaning that other Nigerians are left to be like beggars. But what am I saying in essence is that The youth, we are always saying the youth, the future belongs to the youth, the future belongs to who are the youth? Some of them are in this government now that we are all crying power now. So when you now give them the power to become the leader indeed, what do you think this Nigeria will become? So many youths who are within 20, 25 are driving so much expensive cars. Yet, even in the villages, if you give 1,000 to an old man, he will forget his age, almost bending down to thank you. But somebody is spending 150 million, 25 million, 30 million in buying one car. I will say Nigeria is poor. Nigeria is not poor. We are all rich. It's just that very few people have decided to put others and taking the way to their side.
Thank you
all
so
we
much.
need to do is to put our hands together. This is the opportunity again coming to choose the best leader, not the party, but individual. But a lot of people vote for parties. Let's look for the individual to vote for.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
And that is my own stand.
Thank you so much.
If you are normal in Nigeria, you cannot make it. So I believe that every Nigerian should be abnormal. So
thank
that we
you.
can make it.
So,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tony. So, I mean, Elsie was talking about salary. I was going to say that I don't know, I don't want to throw shades, but there's what's it called, a Nigerian celebrity that the daughter just bought a car. You know, when I saw that car, I calculated my
your salary.
I looked at my life. I said,
in times how many
if
years?
You are going to calculate based on the current earning, please, how long will it take for you to buy this type of a car? To be able to afford it without, and you know, the way we buy, we don't buy
we just buy straight up.
We don't buy basic, we buy cash, we pay fully paid. You see, it's sold. So I'm just saying that, you know, if the environment continues to, you know, breathe this, it is either you get money and all of that. Tell me, on one mouth we are preaching, let's not do Yahoo, let's not do runs, let's not do, because how would you be able to afford these kinds of lifestyle? That's the question.
Oh my goodness.
It sounds more like a summation.
It is insane to be sane in an insane society. This is absurd. Like, I like the fact that we're having this conversation, and we have to keep having this conversation up until, even after the election. And I like what you said just now, that every time we have this conversation, we are putting the message in front of everybody to make you remember where the shoe is pinching you. Remember that you are going through all the things you are going through when you have to vote. And remember that you are not voting the party, you are voting the individual. The way things are happening in Nigeria right now, it will come to a point that people won't even be able to afford food to eat. And like he pointed out, if you give an old man 1,000 naira, he would even drop his stick and like be praying for you and be thanking you. This is crazy. And I'm just wondering how best Nigeria is going to turn around, and I don't know how long it will take. But the more we sit down and we say, we're leaving it to God, Abi, the more we are going to be hungry, the more things will keep getting worse, the more things will, in fact, when I think about these things, I don't know if I have hope. I don't even know what else to do, really. Because it's so scary when you think about what will happen to Nigeria in 2023. If you choose the wrong person,
it's under 4 years of.
Are you saying 4 years or 8 years?
So it's not automatic.
8 years.
Yes. I one leg of shoe. I have an injury. I cannot kill myself.
even in Lagos State, how many governors have actually done just 4 years? Just one. In how many years?
And are you not seeing that even with the new governor, you know, the Muslim community came out today, I think was it yesterday or today, to say that they cannot be endorsing Sanwo-Olu, that Christians have done their quota. So it's time for them that they should understand the rules in Lagos.
So now it's religion.
Oh, of course. So so how do we move past this? Because I wouldn't want us to leave without. Okay, let me take another caller quickly because I want us to find solutions. Yeah. Thank you for calling. You're live.
Okay, my name is Benedict.
Thank you, Benedict.
Yeah, I'm calling from Edo State.
Oh, nice. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, the topic you guys are discussing is quite interesting. But for me, I would say the problem came from the moral degrading of the society. Because it starts from home. Just imagine your son brings something you cannot afford. The father is not asking, the mother is not asking, they are rather rejoicing. Because first, we're talking about those in Abuja or those in authority. No, the authority starts from home. The American, the Britain you talk about, they started their system from home. And that is where it extends to the society. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for keeping it short. But so, do you want to respond to that?
I mean,
because
he's really right.
So he's right in a sense. But let me explain something to you. Yes, this moral decadence you're talking about, everything starts from the home. But you see, before you can start to preach certain things, you must make sure that you have provided. See, if a child, right, goes to steal food, for instance, you wouldn't say it's moral decadence. It's hunger.
Yeah.
Right? But if a child goes to steal, like you have everything and you steal, that's why people that go to steal iPhone and all that beating, you go give a correct beating. You would know that a lot of things stand, but again, what then eventually happens, it graduates into greed, right? And you now see it escalating. But you see, the society that we are in today, can you go into any place and say, you know what, I want to pick XYZ and I'll pay maybe at the end of the month and all of that? You can't. Everything is dependent on your buying power, right? So if we start to understand that if the government puts a structure that even allows for identification, as simple as solving the problem of identification, if I know that I know Elsie, I know where she lives, I know her umbilical cord, where it was buried and everything, of course I will give her loan. No, you don't get to be. I know I will give her the money because I know that she cannot hide. So that's why you have a social security number. Anything you do is tied to it. Yeah. Your healthcare, every single thing. Your schooling, every single thing. So if we start to put in those structures, right, that gives room for a balanced and a healthy credit society, that way you can then strike the balance and say, you know what, you can now start to preach morals. You can start to preach other things. Because right now, people don't care anymore. I will do anything just to make sure that I can survive, I can eat, I can, you know.
But talking solutions, like you have said, I mean, we can complain, we can keep complaining. There's a lot to complain about. If I open my own now, forget the hair and the clothes. It's there for body. Do you understand? But since focusing on the government, I mean, it's a part of the solution, because some people who want to talk about getting Nigeria to where it's supposed to be will tell you that a lot of it cannot be done without carrying the government along. But I also want to say that some of these things you've mentioned now, we have seen some people or some young people coming together with tech to try to find solutions to these things. Even the one you mentioned regarding going to some things to be able to buy now and pay later, a lot of apps and startups are actually coming around to ensure that people can have that. But like you said, they're also battling a lot, which is having that data clean, because even the data that some of us will think that is the cleanest data in Nigeria now, which is BVN, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, is absolutely not clean. And I'm saying this based on I'm working in that sector and I know what we battle every day in terms of security and ensuring that things are done right. So we don't even have clean data in Nigeria. We don't have synchronized data in Nigeria. And there are people who are working tirelessly to ensure that these things are happening. There's a lot that can be done with technology. So one of the parts that digital has also played is in a way of democratizing wealth. And you mentioned something about the actress whose daughter just got a car and people are talking. To be very candid with you, with the number of followers she has on Instagram, she can actually legitimately afford that without whatever people are insinuating, right? So I'm saying that to say that when it comes to digital and technology, there are young people who are really thinking and looking for solutions to actually solve this problem. But again, you know, when you are in a country like Nigeria and you're solving that kind of problem, it means that you have massive population, and you are sort of now at that point where you are making a lot of money and it feels like, oh, this person is,
it's like a drop in the ocean.
You know, is rich and is still doing a drop in the ocean in terms of solutions. So I just want to chip that in for solutions.
I think Peter from Benin, thank you for calling.
Yeah, good evening, ladies.
Sorry for keeping you. Go ahead, quickly.
You two have a full house today.
Yes,
Okay, I'll keep it short. I think Nigeria is built on injustice because Abraham Lincoln once said, true peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice. What is the way forward? 100% of Nigeria, the people that have the money and the power will not be even up to 2%. I feel the next election, we have missed it in the context of is either going to be an APC or a PDP government. For me, what I want to start in my little sphere of influence that I want to start is after the next election of 2023, I want to see how we young people, workers who can form our own political party and start imbibing some values that will change this country. It looks so like a mirage that it might not happen, but little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. Absolutely. The injustice in this country smells like cancer. You cannot have justice in Nigeria because the foundation of this country, right from 1914 to 2022, is built on injustice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter. Let's take some comments.
Okay, so I have a comment. Hello, ladies. Norma, I agree with you. We do not truly have, truly have rich Nigerians. For me to see anyone as rich in Nigeria, say a true millionaire, he or she must be worth at least equivalent of 2 million euros in
1 million pounds.
1 million pounds in whatever currency after securing a house or of his or her own. Cars for mobility and feeding for at least 1 month upfront. This is 534 million naira in officially today. Anyone less than that is just a upper middle class John above all poverty. And I think it's really true. If you think about it, to enjoy a balanced cost of living in Nigeria more.
So some people are asking us some questions. I would like Elsie and
okay.
Okay, it's just not a question, it's just a statement.
Oh, okay.
Says lazy leaders responsible for lazy youth in our country. Okay.
Okay, so there's a question from someone, they didn't put down your name. Says, what is the effect of population to resource distribution?
I mean, if we want to have that conversation, that's an episode on its own.
It's not even an episode; it's a season. You have to make sure that it's in 1 month because population is.
I mean, we've always been talking about population and birth control and all, but then we also have people who have talked about the power that our population has, which is even the power that the Western world has recognized, that making them flood into Africa and Nigeria especially, and also investing, because remember the technology I talked about, 80%, if I'm not mistaken right now, of the investors in that sector are basically foreign money. So our population is a strong what's it called now, is a strong part that we can actually play to our own good, but then again we also need to control it. But that controlling, like I said, I've said it on this table, we no fit control population when the people that are in the National Assembly or whatever, people that are going to give you the law, thrive on the fact that they can have 100 children, or even underage marriage, and that's what they believe in terms of their religion and culture and whatnot. See, this country.
If I might just add a little to what Elsie said, I think one of the ways that we can begin to see change in this regard, as whether Nigerians are designed for the rich, is our mindset. And this can start from each and every single one of us. We can begin to decide the kind of Nigeria we want to see. If you ask every Nigerian, are you happy with the Nigeria that you see today? I think majority of people are tired. So what can you do? I think part of it is that we need to start changing our minds. When you ask people, when you have one-on-one conversations every day, ask people? What do you want to see? Then when they answer that question, how do you now want to begin to see that? It will start from you.
Absolutely.
Having a mindset that is different from just making money the wrong way to actually channeling your talents or your assets or whatever it is, whatever way you can begin to channel it rightly. You know, but of course this conversation cannot end in one episode.
You know, interesting thing is that I was supposed to take my son to a school in France. Do you know that it was after the end of the term that they sent email about the school fees? They didn't even discuss school fees at the beginning of the term. There are so many things that can be done. But you know what? Thank you, ladies. I think we had a fantastic conversation. Now, before we go, thank you to everyone that called, sent in messages. Keep watching, keep sharing. It's important that we get the right message out there. Before we go, ensure you follow us on Instagram at WayShowAfrica. Then also on Twitter at WayShowAfrica1. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. Rich people are poor people with money. Hi, this one hits deep. See you guys live at 8 p.m. tomorrow to bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó mọ̀ lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ńbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ní Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wọ́ sí bíbá yìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbá yìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́. Ìdí tó gbé wa débì nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè bàbá dàgbà wá sọ́jà mọ́ ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà wọn ni Ṣùbẹ́rù Àkànó nana wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀ àwọn kú ní April 2016 gbàyẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àtẹnira àtẹnita a lè 105 lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin a kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o tó yẹ kó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture upholsterer weather oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí níta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn àti pákó plywood oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dédé páànù cement kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ àpọ̀ lórí tẹ environmental tó sọ wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental láago 7 a parí ẹ̀ láago 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run tá a bá dúró láago 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́ so mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ní àjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10 kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀ bọ́jà wa ṣe tó yẹ àti bó ṣe rí o lè rí ibi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwà kíwà àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni nínú tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ agbọ́tọ̀tún agbátòsí tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe a lè dẹ́ lómi ìlẹ́jọ́ pé ókè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn ó ń lọ́nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó nájà kan àbẹ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣé bí náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ gbogbo àdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tó dáa jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde níbí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi bọ́ọ̀dù plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wa ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wọ́n produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I had the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Jebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of, we get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood. Just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara, we have Mazonia, we have teak, we have Abora, we have Idigbo, we have Eku, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer, and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If at all, if I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much. But difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board. And most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it, than before that everybody just faced the imported material that this was. But because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that is even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which the something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìsìn. Ìmíì parí ní polytechnic, àwọn tó parí lọ́fà, tó parí Yaba, tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gbé sórí social media, but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà, àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media. So mọ̀ pé ayé ìjọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́. Níbi tí ayé dé nísìn iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́. Nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí. Àwọn ọmọ wa sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa. Tí irú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn, á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o, iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀, iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀. Á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe. Irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán, ibi náà náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà. Tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn, èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí, èyí tí ò ráyè, bọ̀tọ̀ pọ̀ wọn gan-an dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí. Ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán. Bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí, asáré lọ fún bọ́ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn. Àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí, sọ́mọ̀ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá, ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá. So wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa, àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o. Tó dá déhùn wa ni kán máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná. Ìgbà tán ò fún wa, àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa. Wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road, àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tóbi dórí omi. But bí náà ṣe ń wá, ìgbà tí Nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédéé, ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator. Ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbé èèyàn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí NEPA fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí, ó mú kápọ̀ wa ra generator. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí, gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn yìí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa, a ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná, ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face, tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́, kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò.
Nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀, ẹni bá ti mú ná nínú wọn, torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná, ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn, àti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn. A tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a sẹ́ẹ̀tì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ò ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn gbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò tán bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà máa mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn gbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn ọ̀nà máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ burú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ̀bàrógun iná mọ́ ni a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà sí pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí kámọ̀ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ kámọ̀ àsọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúròó rú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò rí èèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country. Hepatitis is a major global health issue affecting millions of people around the world. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, hepatitis affects more than 354 million people worldwide.
Hepatitis means inflammation of the liver. Inflammation means when the liver has suffered an injury or has been exposed to some toxic agent, then it results in injury of the liver. And it can be caused by infectious or non-infectious agents. So when I say infectious agent, it can be caused by hepatitis viruses, like hepatitis A, hepatitis B virus, hepatitis C, hepatitis E, hepatitis D viruses. So those are the infectious causes. And the non-infectious causes can also be due to alcohol overuse. It can be due to some injection of toxic agents. For example, about concussion. Can also be caused by autoimmunity when the antibodies of the body, the soldiers of the body, see the liver as being hazardous to the body and begin to fight against the body. Also toxic agents like from some drugs that are taken without, maybe without adherence to doctor's prescription or overdosing on a particular medication, for example, paracetamol that we all commonly use. So those are the various causes. Then talking about the infectious agents, you may want to ask, how are we exposed to these infectious agents? Some of them, it is through ingestion of certain foods or water. For example, hepatitis A virus is contacted through foods that are infected by feces of infected people who carry the virus. So when the food you eat is contaminated or the water you drink is contaminated by hepatitis A or E, then one can be infected with that. Then through exposure to some infected body fluids or body secretions, like semen of someone who is infected with hepatitis B or C or hepatitis D.
The theme for this year's World Hepatitis Day is Hepatitis Can't Wait. This theme asserts that people should not wait to act on a disease as deadly as hepatitis, and conveying the urgency of efforts needed to eliminate the disease. According to the World Health Organization, dying of viral hepatitis in Africa is a bigger threat than dying of AIDS, malaria, or tuberculosis.
Talking about symptoms of hepatitis, well, it also depends on the cause, because some people are just carriers, they may not exhibit symptoms, especially people who have had infection, for example, the ones that cause long-term infections, we say chronic infections like hepatitis B and C. So some people may not exhibit anything, they may live like other people, or maybe just experience subtle symptoms like maybe body pain once in a while, muscle pain, joint pains, just subtle, something you can attribute to another illness. And if it's an acute infection, meaning that it happened, just started suddenly, for example, hepatitis A, even B can come acutely when the person will just be very ill. So for such a person, they can come with jaundice, that's the yellowness of the eyes. Some can present with non-specific symptoms like body weakness, joint pains, flu-like illnesses. Some can even come with poor appetite, vomiting. Some can be very ill when they have acute illness.
The World Hepatitis Day calls for global attention on the strengths of the virus, their mode of transmission, how to prevent it, and the treatments available.
Treatment also depends on the cause. So, for example, some of them are self-limiting. What I mean is that because they are caused by viruses like hepatitis A and E, the body may fight it. So we can treat with just, say, supportive treatment. So for those who are dehydrated, who are vomiting, we try to stop the vomiting. But the first thing is, you feel sick, you go to the hospital where a doctor attends to you, take your history, examines you, run some investigations, then the treatment. Some of them, you can give antiviral agents, that's in the hospital. Some of them, if, for example, I've mentioned that hepatitis can be caused by non-infectious agents like exposure to some toxins. So if someone consumes alcohol, you may need to limit alcohol use. If someone has an unhealthy lifestyle, for example, taking too much of alcohol, engaging in unprotected intercourse, you try and educate them. Those who require to be on maybe some drugs to suppress their immunity, autoimmune hepatitis, we do that.
Nigeria is among the African nations that signed to a global health strategy sector target set by the World Health Organization in 2016 to eliminate viral hepatitis as a major public health threat by 2030. This strategy has been adopted and endorsed by 194 countries. The aim is to reduce new hepatitis infections by 90% and death by 65% between 2016 and 2030.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good afternoon, I am Destiny Momo with the news update. The Public Relations Officer of the Department of State Services, DSS, Dr. Peter Afunaya, said in a statement in Abuja that some criminal elements plan to return the country to the pre-2015 era, reminiscent of improvised explosive device, IED, attacks on soft and hard targets in parts of the country. He stated that while the DSS has received reports on cases of such incidents in some areas, it has uncovered a plot by suspected criminal gangs to forge an alliance. We spoke to former director of the DSS, Dennis Amakri, on this.
Our citizens should understand one thing. Protection starts with you. Personal protection is number one. So it is not a matter of sitting down and waiting for the security agencies to come and do something. You call 911 or you call 211 and then they come. No. The protection of yourself starts with you. And the protection will, even where the agencies will come into play, will be when you have seen something or you hear something, you say something to the security agencies, and then they will help. So security agencies are not magicians, normally, and that's why these alerts are being given out. If you have places of relaxation, if you have a church, if you have a mosque, you should be able to start from now. It is not on the Salah day, right now, where you will start to protect those structures, those facilities. If you have a hotel, you start from now. And you should be on 24 hours alert. That's what the DSS is telling you right.
While photos of abducted train passengers have been released by their abductors, the 3 sets of photos released by the terrorists were believed to have been released on Monday night. The chairman of the Abducted Passengers Forum had earlier hinted in a news conference in Kaduna last week that the federal government is currently talking with the terrorists. Recall that in the first video released by the terrorists of the train attack, they hinted that they were not after money, but an exchange of the abducted passengers with their commanders, who they alleged are under the custody of the federal government. Some residents believe that the release of the photos may be an indication that the abducted passengers are alive and in good condition. And the popular place Mami Market in Damaturu, Yobe State has been closed over fears of bomb attack by Boko Haram. The Damaturu Police Mami Market is located inside the police area command Damaturu. Reports say all shops at the market were under lock and key, a situation that looked contrary to the booming nightlife in Damaturu, the state capital. Other pubs in the town, especially in Jerusalem area, have also been shut for the same reasons. Police spokesman Dungus Abdul Karim confirmed the closure of the market. And the Imo State government has buried en masse the victims of the illegal oil refinery explosion which occurred at a forest in Obezi community of the Ohaji Bema local government area of the state on Friday night. The victims were buried at the site of the explosion. The tragedy claimed over 100 lives.
The locals who have been able to identify one or two persons have taken them, but the casualty figure as of last visit on Sunday still remains 110. Means of survival here is hard. So maybe as a result of finding things difficult that made them to join this business. There is no how you can provide job for people and they will prefer joining this kind of business, knowing that the risk is high. So I'm not actually saying that what they are doing is right, but I mean, from my own understanding, is part of, as a result of frustration.
They were so loose that these illegal bunkers could come here in their numbers without any kind of threat, not feeling that the police security agents will come. That's why we blame them, not because they're the people doing it, but a security agent should be able to forestall anything illegal.
A group has a health initiative has organized a capacity building workshop for stakeholders in Ekiti State on female genital mutilation. The Stop Cuts project is aimed to reduce the prevalence of FGM by improving law enforcement systems and enhancing public awareness through collaborative efforts championed by critical stakeholders. The one-day workshop with media practitioners held in Ado Ekiti centered around understanding, advocacy, policies and laws, as well as prevalence and perpetrators of FGM. And one of the resource speakers, Akinleye Olukemi, said that the objective of the workshop is to build capacity for media personnel, noting that they are major stakeholders in curbing the menace. On his part, the representative of Health Initiative, Bamidele Oyewumi, admonished all stakeholders to champion the campaign at the community level.
Consequence, we have them task ready. I told you of the area where the leg was tied together. The person can develop inflammation as a result of that. Inflammation can also lead to infection. Infection of various types. Due to use of the same instruments, due to healing problems, because already that healing will not be okay. When at this FGM, it's bad thing that we can stop. So let's encourage others and all our relatives not to involve in female genital mutilation anymore.
So you can see that the offenses are much. The person is already facing one count for physical injury, placing somebody in fear of physical injury, and the prohibition of the act itself, female genital mutilation, then section 6, prohibition of frustrated investigation, then prohibition of harmful traditional practices. So if a good prosecutor charged with all the sessions, and by the time they sum everything together, that's why sometimes you will see they will say somebody has been jailed for 100 years, somebody has been jailed for 150 years, and you now be wondering how many years does this person want to live?
Advocate for laws and policies, review laws and policies that protect women from genital mutilation, and also we have called on you to champion community campaigns. When we see community campaigns, let's help them promote it. We have called on you to champion community campaigns to end female genital mutilation in different communities that we have in Ekiti State.
The Kingsmen of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, have donated medical utilities to hospitals covering the 7 district areas of Hong Local Government Council area of Adamawa State to cushion the effects of insurgency. President Hoba Development Association Alheri Nyako said the medical intervention is to bring succor to communities in the council following recent security challenge in the council. Hong local government area has witnessed a series of violent attacks by bandits suspected to be members of Boko Haram sect.
Today we presented surgical hand gloves, sanitary pads for
women, BP apparatus, cutlass, which they use in the delivery unit, bed sheet, which is very, very important.
And when there's a particular need, we should fulfill the obligation of being our brother's keepers. When there's hardship, when there's suffering, when there's any calamity, we cannot be idle. We must do everything possible to make an impact. And that is why when bandits came to ransack one of our communities in Kopri, and the survivors had their houses burned, and they were brought to an IDP camp in Hong. The River Development Association Abuja attacked themselves, and we came with massive relief, both foodstuffs, clothes, and some other materials.
And there has been a recent rise in demand for creatives in the entertainment industry. However, respect for intellectual property laws is still a concern in a country where intellectual property is plagued by piracy. As the word marks Intellectual Property Day, we spoke to Professor Bankole Shodipo at the Babcock University School of Law and Oyin Kansola Fawemi, entertainment lawyer. Take a listen.
A series of laws in Nigeria. We have courts that are willing to enforce the rights. And for those who have been to the courts, there are many cases that have been adjudicated. People have been imprisoned, and damages have been awarded of up to 16 billion naira for infringement. But the question really is how many people approach the courts and the time it takes even in enforcement of rights. These are some of the problems. Continuous engagement with the courts, because the courts are overworked. Some of us are saying that we need more judges, we need more courts. And we are also saying that the enforcers of the law for the government, the Nigerian Copyright Commission, for instance, and Standard Organization of Nigeria, NAFDAC, need to be empowered even in the enforcement of intellectual property by prosecuting infringers.
I think generally for me, it's just for us to change the orientation we have towards IP. There's a mindset of people not just understanding the value that is being attached to intellectual property as a product or as a property or as an asset that can be owned, that can be traded and can be exploited. Essentially, IP creation and IP management as a whole is extremely expensive. It's an expensive business, and even the government or the legislation, people that are in charge of financial institutions and whatever it is, have zero knowledge about how the economics of IP works. So even if the government has said, oh, there's 1 billion with CBN for the creative fund, the parameters to access this money is insane. It doesn't make any sense because you've not put those structures in place to ensure that, the average creative or the average company that works in creating IP or manages IP can access this money. So it's a futile venture, so a lot of the funds that have been set up that you say, oh, there's fanfare about, oh, this money has been set up for this, has been set up for that. Nobody can access it because you're putting parameters that do not make sense.
On an entertainment news, singers Davido and Adekunle Gold will be headlining Pharrell Williams Music Festival, Something in the Water, on June 19, 2022. The music festival is returning to the delight of music and festival lovers after a brief halt due to the coronavirus pandemic. Davido and Adekunle Gold's performance at the music festival was confirmed by Pharrell and his team in an Instagram post on Monday. The duo has hit duet High, which ruled airwaves on 2021 and 2022, and they will be joining a long list of global music stars that include Lil Baby, Exhale, Lil Uzi Vert, Tyler, The Creator, Tara Wack, Rhonda Jewels, John Baptiste, Dave Matthews Band, and more. And that's the news update. Thanks for joining us. I am Destiny Momo. Thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. Hence, leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers, and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And has this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame?
Put your card number here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Temungo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Saeed Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was and probably mechanical engineer or an economist or something, who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, I mean, there, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I'll give you back millions or thousands. Will you come back some other time? No, 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 no. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, please invest in me in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting every... An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical, but we need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained, and then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theatre itself, it's a massive training ground for talent that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, also attempts to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, and then you see that you can hone their skills and use them, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, but then we need to have that platform that gives them that opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times some training do not necessarily have to be formal. They could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, and they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. At times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, but at times you should be able to tell somebody, this is what I want you to do, this is the way I want it to be. That helps with the quality. The next thing I'll look at is casting. People cast for the wrong reason. It is good to cast with the mind that this person is going to draw eyeballs or is popular, hopefully the person will help with publicity. It is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way, it's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers, and you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the censors board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions on what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means, you understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we are in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by hard work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film kid and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not I'll bring the person on board? So I don't see anything wrong with it, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. Give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line. I want to start using the or there's a sentiment of now help us to make it known. If you start a particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto, or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you would need to still pass through one or two trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the four walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this thing is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director You must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
For domestic violence.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars, and it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ujime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojime is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilorin, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. we will not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make maths to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve made in the early 80s still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost puts paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me, because as at then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at worst cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first. But I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication, but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, you are not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. That was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to Lutz or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at the very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD as supervisor. That look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I recall those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent 1 or 2 things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well, and they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
E4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that is the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sight Savers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that will be of benefit to the school.
He gave me a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. And what I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class, and he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop, and we enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly, it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there is nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow. So that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
I bet your eyes and ears are thrilled with music videos coming from Nigerian artists. You obviously notice the singer, the video vixens, and other talents. But what about the music director? Close your eyes, think about your favorite music video, and see if you can tell who directed it. Great if you can, sad if you can't. We're here to celebrate the brains behind the videos out there, and here are 5 top Nigerian music video directors. Number 1, Clarence Peters. He's a director, filmmaker, and cinematographer. The founder and chief executive officer of Capital Dream Pictures was involved in a mobile-sponsored music video for a documentary on AIDS in 1998. He directed 40 episodes of the TV series Everyday People. Peters has also shot a good number of documentaries, TV commercials, short films, and TV features. He has directed music videos for recording artists such as Dare, Durella, Wizkid, Seyi Shay, Burna Boy, Waje, Tubaba, Fino, Runtown, and Yemi Alade. Peters has won numerous awards for his works. Number 2, T.J. Omori. Also known as Boy Director, T.J. Omori is a Nigerian music video director and cinematographer. He started directing at 15 while overseeing stage plays at school and church. He began making videos a year later but took it up professionally at 18 after graduating from Pencil Film Institute. This made him the youngest professional filmmaker in Nigeria. He has worked with Olamide, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Techno, Kiss Daniel, Fireboy DML, Fowls, Timaya, Naira Marley, and many others.
That's why she don't want to push, she wanna stick around. But she still say that she love me cause I'm sexy. And I tell her that she lying, that she flexing. She be screaming, I be screaming, we be reckless. But I know that she be liking makeup sexy.
Number 3, Meji Alabi. This London-born Nigerian filmmaker, director, photographer, and producer has worked alongside Beyonce, Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Tiwa Savage, Popcan, Goldlink, and Nasty C. He directed Seyi Shay's Murder in 2014, a move that gave him the desired attention in Nigeria. Alabi also worked with Wizkid on his Made in Lagos album. He's a co-founder of JM Films with Jimmy Adesoya.
You know my style, you know the chance, then it's all up, eBay. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you go die, baby. You've been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All up when I come back, you one try, but you do it easy.
Number 4, Dami Twitch. His original name is Owolabi Oluwadamilola. Twitch started with photography in 2013 before going to full music production in 2017. That was the year he shot his first music video for Burna Boy and Yonda. He has gone on to shoot visuals for Fowls, Burna Boy, Olamide, Lil Kesh, Victor A.D., Simi, Peruzzi, Mayokun, Leah, and Davido. Number 5, HG2 Filmworks. Olaolu Olabode Folarin, also known as HG2 Filmworks, is a Nigerian-American music video director, graphic designer, entrepreneur, and cinematographer. Olabode began his production journey as a graphic designer and later went into full-time music video production in 2010. He has directed music videos for big-name artists like D'banj, Kiss Daniel, Dami Crane, Reminisce, Nice, and Scales. You will agree with me that these directors bend over backwards to churn out massive videos for our entertainment. And such, they deserve more than enough accolades for their contributions. So whenever you watch your favorite artist videos, always remember the men behind the scene.
Hey, what's up guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Like, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
The People's Democratic Party and other opposition parties have lamented the level of insecurity in Nigeria. And the Muslim Rights Concern rejects Governor Sanwo-Olu's endorsement for a second term. This is Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Bartels. You're welcome. The People's Democratic Party and two other opposition parties have lamented the rising insecurity in the country, which has caused the death of 12,250 citizens between January 2021 and March 2022, according to a report compiled by research group SB Morgan, and an advocacy network, Enough is Enough Nigeria. 6,102 civilians were killed within the period, while 1,055 security personnel were also killed. Now, further breakdown shows that 571 of those killed were soldiers, 307 police officers, and 193 vigilante members. Very grim statistics, but joining us to discuss this is public affairs analyst Ihechukwu Ibeji. I'm glad to say he joins us live in the studio. Mr. Ibeji, good evening to you. Thanks for your time.
Good evening, and thank you very much.
These are really grim statistics, I mean, it should send a shiver down the spine of anyone.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
It does send shivers down the spine of everyone, and especially given the fact that there seems not to be any actual head-on manner in which it can be handled, or it can be managed, or it can be nipped in the bud. Loss of life everywhere is something that is taken very weightily. It's not an easy thing, and what's even more frightening is the fact that it progressively over time, and it's not something that started today or in this dispensation. It's something that far, of course, has outstayed this dispensation. It has progressively become more sophisticated, so to speak. These are not mean mean figures, and there's no lighter way of saying it than to say that the situation is just horrible.
All right, because this is Plus Politics, we always look at the political angle of things. But as far as the People's Democratic Party is concerned, and the statements they're making, not just the PDP, but two other opposition parties lamenting the rising insecurity in the country, is this political fodder, political hay, for the PDP at such a time?
Absolutely. You see that one of the nexus of one of the key points, objectives for this current dispensation, which they used to come into power, was to guarantee security and to nip in the bud the insecurity that had been fostering right from the previous administration that they met on ground. So every political party at this point, especially as we advance towards the 2023 elections, will begin to use this as a campaign, strategy to see how they can also win votes. But I like to, of course, I like to deviate a lot of times away from the mere politics of these numbers, because we're talking about lives and property of people. The value of livelihood, the value of life itself, and the quality of life has so diminished, and these deaths that are being, these wanton killings that are going on are not just anything you can politicize so easily. So away from them coming out to try to use these figures to campaign and all of that, you must look at the psychological and the actual situation on ground. And then the actual situation on ground is not something that you can just wave away. So yes, a lot of political parties, and I mean this is just one part of it, are going to use this as part of their manifesto. Of course, what you're going to find is that this current dispensation will be on the slab of the judgment of the people, and the politicians and the political parties are going to milk it. And if you look at this kind of figures, this is more or less like a performance lead board for them, and this performance lead board doesn't really do good.
Interesting.
It doesn't really do good.
Whilst the statistics cannot be argued with, whilst the numbers cannot be argued with, should Nigerians also be cognizant or bear in mind that before you remove the speck from your neighbor's eye, you need to clear the one off your eye as well, and take the criticism, the statements of these political parties with some caution. Look behind the scenes, and also realize that this is also political milk for them.
Absolutely. Look. Let me say this so clearly, and let me say this. There's no better way to say it, and we only, as a people, be deceiving ourselves if we don't tell ourselves the truth. The insecurity challenges that any administration, this current administration faces, is not a little one. It's not a small one. Apparently, when they were probably campaigning to come into power, they must have looked at it from the rhetorics and looked at it from the plans, looked at it from the grammar and the objectives. But what you find on ground is totally different, because insecurity is not something that you can just wish away or tackle away. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to tell you that, look, any political party that's going to use this as a campaign chip must be ready to show that it can tackle. If for nothing else, the current administration have had the experience of actually facing the actual insecurity, and they've seen for themselves how not very easy it is. And it's not to say that they've not made effort. To be quite frank, it will only be foolhardy to come out and say that they've not made effort. They have made effort, but it is one thing to make effort, and it's also another thing to see those efforts, of course, tail into success. They have had their successes, and at the same time, they've had their failures in this area of insecurity, and I'm sure that genuinely they will continue to try to see what they can do, but they have to keep trying to do more and more, because once a life goes, it can never be gotten back.
All right. Interesting and very important, rather. Once a life goes, it can never be gotten back. Once again, we'll try and bring out more political juice out of this. It's the People's Democratic Party itself. Do they have a moral justification to judge the APC on this? I'm not talking about Nigerians, the party itself. What do you say?
As dispassionately as I would like to always remain in everything I say, or anything, every time I come out to comment, I don't think they have any moral justification.
Well, why would you say so?
Because they also had an opportunity to tackle the same security challenge when they were in power, right? And why they may say that the records show that it was less compared to now, the truth of the case was that it still remained there. That insecurity challenge still remained there, and it actually started to fester as at that time. We started to experience a lot of insecurity as at the last PDP led, when they were in power. We started to experience what was called, from different angles. We experienced the Niger Delta militancy. We experienced the Boko Haram attacks. We began to experience a bit of kidnapping with ransom, attached to it. And since 2011, there's been a source that speaks to us having paid over $18 million in ransom alone, and ransoms that are being charged of between $1,000 and $15,000.
These are ransom paid by families.
Yes, by families. And these are things that we started to experience not from this current dispensation. So they will have to be faced with the moral justification to convince the people that what they did before by not being able to nip it in the bud then, nip it in the bud in such a manner that this current dispensation used it as a campaign chip to come into power, they are able to, get a magic wand to do that same thing at that time. And that's something that they are faced with at this current time.
The elections, the general elections are around the corner. The political scene is heated up as we speak. And Nigerians will soon have to make a choice between, which political parties of the 18 available as from INEC, and that will be on the ballot paper if all things go according to plan.
Yeah.
Or, we can't be too sure in these days.
Yeah.
But Nigerians will have to make a choice.
Yes.
Now, are you confident that the voting public is aware of the issues, and aware enough to be able to say, hey, All Progressives Congress, presidential election, these are the issues or problems you have at least. I'm a voter in Kaduna State. I'm a voter in Borno State. I'm a voter in Benue State. You have failed as far as insecurity is concerned. I will not vote for you. Or tell me what you're going to do better before I vote for you. Or, hey, PDP, when you were there, we still had these issues and you didn't even make it any better. Boko Haram came up while you held sway. So what are you going to do? Do we have the voters who have such an awareness to ask these questions and in an informed way vote?
Let me be very sincere to you and point blank. I see a situation whereby the voting public are going to be looking at the individual, not entirely about the party. Now, the party brings forth the individual, but the integrity, the composure, the track record of the individual is going to sway a lot. And let's be very clear. None of the parties have really done themselves a whole world of good when it comes to the major issues on ground, such as insecurity. None of the parties.
But what about when it comes to the presidential election, where you have just one man and then a flag bearer, a running mate rather? Are you confident that Nigerians can look at the track record of these parties and based on the track record say, I will vote for you because you give me a reason to vote for you, or because you have failed and I don't believe you can do any better?
Nigerians will speak with the PVC. And they speak with their PVCs based on the failures of any party that fields a candidate that is not attractive to the people. That is not accepted by the people.
There's a school of thought. I've had the chance to talk to some of your fellow public affairs analysts. They say nothing is going to change. That people are not aware enough or independently minded enough to make the hard decisions to say, APC, this candidate representing us, we think he's good. We're going to vote for him because we think he can solve the security. He's convinced us. Or APC, we won't vote for you. Or PDP, we will vote for you. We won't vote based on ABC. We're talking about security or insecurity, as the case may be. There's a school of thought that says nothing will change. It's going to be business as usual because we're not ready to change anything.
I've heard that school of thought too. In fact, I've been in conversations as a public analyst, experienced public affairs analyst over time to have arguments and discussions about that. But I kind of feel differently. Maybe I'm one of those who are not part of the 12 disciples. Maybe I'm one of those who are outside the 12. Maybe you can say 13. But in all the years that we've ever had elections, this is one election that's so important because these 7 years have seen Nigerians in a different level.
But we're talking. I also present the program on radio as well as on TV. I hear people commenting on social media. People are talking, but we are still talking. And HQ, it seems nothing will change.
Do you remember?
We're just going to get to the point, and the usual is still going to emerge. And we all just go and vote, and things are just going to continue. Nothing will change.
Most of the time, I like to say, let's wait for when the action happens. But what I like to also tell you is that the people showed their hands during the end SARS issue. The passion.
After that, what happened?
Well, after that, it is all bottled up. It's all bottled up because you cannot head them off. You cannot head them off the voting polling votes. They are going to walk down to the polling vote, whether you like it or not. Have you ever been to the polling vote? I voted in almost every other election. And how fiercely they guard their votes at those polling votes and count it is very key. So you need to understand something that you cannot, and what I'm trying to tell you is that you cannot wish away. You cannot wish away the determination of the people.
We keep talking about end SARS, and I mean, a lot of people were happy to see that the young people were rising up to speak with their voices at end SARS. But I mean, right now, the message that has been passed is that you fire some bullets. I don't mean to trivialize the massacres the panel has rightly called it. I don't mean to downplay, but the message that has been clearly passed is that the people will run back to their shells, if you fire some gunshots. Now, I had been in Port Harcourt before coming to Lagos, and you have people who are listening or watching us right now in Port Harcourt. They can tell you the election times when the major parties brought out their boys or brought out people in uniforms, who God knows where they're coming from, with weapons, the voting public ran back home. Nobody came out to vote.
Nobody came out to vote. If the politician and the political parties do not think or they believe that it's going to be business as usual, then they should not campaign.
They will campaign, but
no, they shouldn't campaign.
But nothing is. People are just going to say, you know what? I don't feel safe enough to go vote because I'm in the southeast. I'm going to stay at home. I don't feel safe enough to vote because I'm in the northwest and northeast or middle belt. They're going to stay at home.
It's going to be affected in certain
someone's
areas.
Going to say, oh, I'm seeing 1 million boys. I'm seeing NURTD or some other group on the street with machetes in Lagos. They're chasing people away. I'm not going to vote. Oh, the police are looking the other way. They're not doing anything. I'm not going to vote. People have not demonstrated the fact that they will not back down even if lives are lost. And that is the message that has been transmitted to those who are ready to do anything.
This pattern has been on for years, as I said before. Lives have been lost before now. Yeah. People have tried to show some kind of apathy that they will not vote when the time is there. But let me be very, very clear and certain to you: the will of the people is strong. You cannot wave it aside.
Let's look at the NSAS anniversary. Okay. We have the NSAS anniversary, and people wanted to march to mark the anniversary, and the police commissioner Hakim Odumosu, who supervised the police actions during NSAS, and was given an honorary an award by the Lagos State House of Assembly after that, or before that, I need to check. Yeah, after that, when he was leaving. And now with this Lagos State Traffic or Motor Parks Union that MC Oluomo of ESWA NURTW, or the ESWA NURTW chairman, has now been placed in charge and now fighting with other factions or other groups. He was also made a part of that. Thank you. Clapping for him. Well done. Now, the man said no protest would be allowed on the anniversary of NSAS. And the protesters and the young people and old people alike all obeyed. They sat in their cars and they drove past the Lekki. Nobody came down. The few managed to come down, they were arrested. Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything. Nothing will change.
You missed the point. The point wasn't that people were going to protest. The point was that they were going to mark the memorial. And as long as they were concerned, but they passed that message.
Okay.
Whether they were in their car, honking on their horns, whether they waved the flags, whether they drove past with speed, yet they came out. And that, to me, showed a will.
What about...
You cannot wave aside the fact that, look, NSAS transcended the young or the youth.
Absolutely.
It was a strong message
Absolutely.
Of people who had come out and said, look, this is our feeling, this is how we felt. And that message was strong. And anybody who's going to trivialize that message, or who's going to trivialize the fact that the will of the people is something that you cannot step on, then that person may just be taking them for granted.
All right.
I know that the political parties will not take the people for granted.
So we have a large number of people in Nigeria. Last election, over 80 million voters. And we know that from 1999 or from 2003, I need to check, the number of voters, registered voters who turn up on election day has been dropping. We had the highest number of registered voters in the 2019 presidential election, and we had the lowest voter turnout in the 2019 elections of all the years since 1999. You look at voter apathy, it's an issue. It's an issue. And you're telling me that people are going to come out, irrespective of whether they feel it's safe to do so, irrespective of whether they feel there's a reason that their votes will count?
Let me put it this way. There has always been cases of voter apathy right from the days of SDP and RSC. You can never guarantee the total maximum of the voters will come out at the polling booths. But what does the winning of a vote translate to? It translates to the maximum total number of votes that are voted for the most popular party. And that is all that you need to take a look at. Even at the last local government elections, there was voter apathy. But at the end of the day, it was all about the party that came out to campaign even more vigorously.
So the parties that you've talked about, for instance, the PDP is pointing an accusing finger at the APC, saying you're responsible, insecure in the country, you've not done well and all that. Look at the stats. And you're seeing that the PDP too also has to look at itself and ask itself questions. Have you seen any political party amongst the other 16 political parties that can give the two leading parties a run for their money?
To be quite frank,
because that is where, if you want to see a change, it may come from. May. I'm not saying you can have a change in the PDP or the APC. You can. But
another thing about winning elections is about party structure. I mean, you look at Nigeria as a country, as within the 6 geopolitical regions, the 774 local governments that it has, which of the parties has that structure on ground? And that's one reason why I said to you, one of the major determinants for this next election will be the individual. The individual. Any of the parties, the 2 key parties who select that individual who the people believe in, and that the people... Hold on.
Okay.
The people are convinced that this is a person who can deliver for us, will sway their votes.
So have you seen anyone, and I'm going somewhere with this, have you seen any candidate that the people can believe in amongst all those who've come out to say, I want to, let's start from the People's Democratic Party, who can do something different amongst all those who've come out to pick forms, so to say, I intend to pick a form?
There are a lot of credible candidates who have come out of late.
Okay, so for instance, Peter Obi, is that who you're looking at? I don't know. I'm not campaigning for him. I'm just asking. Because people seem to, cast him in the same light as those technocrats and all that, like Kingsley Moghalu. They say he was governor of Anambra State and he left a healthy, account.
Yes, I mean, so let me tell you something. When the people begin to look at such candidates, and if you trace back, and then you make comparisons now, and they begin to make this kind of comparisons, begin to read out this kind of qualities about this kind of people, you see that their judgment, their mindset, they're making the kind of judgment for the kind of person that they think should suit Nigeria. It tells you who they don't want.
Okay,
it clearly tells you. It tells you clearly.
Yeah.
It clearly tells you the kind of person that they do not want.
I think we can safely say. Let me edit what I said. You said I shouldn't say nothing will not change. You disagree with that. Okay. Why I said nothing will not change? Because no other party outside APC or PDP will produce the next president. It won't happen. From what I'm seeing, it won't happen. Now, these candidates that you're talking about, you have, because people are sitting there waiting for the election day to go vote. But the election was even won before the election, my brother. And people are sitting back saying, and sir. So I want to ask you this. There is no way, or there's a high chance, let me say, a very limited chance. Do you agree with the school of thought? Let me put that way. There's a limited chance for an aspirant who doesn't bribe delegates to emerge, or doesn't do political horse trading to emerge as the party's flag bearer. In these 2 parties.
The mechanics of internal party politics,
especially in these 2,
the mechanics of internal party structure, of course, requires that the candidate has to do what is required to make sure that he comes out as a flag bearer. But what we see a lot of times is that even in doing that, the party mechanism always looks at the caliber. And in this state, the current party in power know that there are a lot of areas where the jury is out on them. And that's one of the reasons why you will find that eventually they are going to ensure that the kind of candidates who are going to come out eventually to run for that primaries are kind of candidates that will make it impossible for the Nigerian man not to at least accept one.
So you believe that the normal, or what we've seen in the past, what we've seen play out in the past in the presidential primaries of some parties, where it's about who has the money bag, who can pay the highest. I do admit, in 2015, Muhammadu Buhari said he didn't have money. All right, he didn't have money. I don't know if maybe Atiku had money then. I don't know. But yes, it can happen. But it takes some of the candidates that are being touted from the two leading parties. These sound like candidates who would not even pay one kobo because it's not their principle to do that.
Well,
do they have a chance?
Principles aside, as long as you're playing politics and you're a politician, you will do what is necessary to make sure that your target, your objective is gotten. Now, whatever is done in that internal politicking is what, you and I can only be left to be imagined. So even when they say that they do not have money or money bags to throw around, they still do what is required to come out as candidates.
All right.
Yes, I do agree with you that the two strongest parties on ground that who are even doing something currently are the APC and the PDP. And for now, that is the grim realities on ground. And that is what is going to remain unless another party comes out with the right form of candidates and the right form of structure to rival them. And that's just where it is.
What do Nigerians need to do, the voting public, what do they need to do right now, even before the elections, to ensure that as far as insecurity is concerned, the next president of Nigeria will be someone, male or female, who can tackle insecurity head on? I'm not talking about what we call bobo juice.
Yeah.
You come on TV and then you talk, and then meanwhile it's just talk, because people can look at your track record and see that you've not actually done what you say you want to do for Nigeria in the little office you've had. So what do Nigerians need to do starting now, so that by the end of the day, Mahmoud Yakubu announces a result, you have a president who can tackle insecurity head on?
They need to look very critically at all the candidates that are coming out, all the candidates that are claiming that they can deliver. They need to look at the number of people who have been killed since 2011. They need to look at the number of people who have been displaced. They need to look at the fringes on which this country is on, the number of refugees that have been rendered homeless. They need to look at the pervasive kidnapping that's continued. They need to look at the insecurity that has gone from not just Niger Delta militancy down to Boko Haram, down to the cattle harass issues, down to the kidnapping, down to the robbery. They need to look at all of these issues and look very critically at the experience of the candidates who are going to come out and ask themselves the kind of questions that speak to, can this person take the tough decisions? Because what is required is tough decisions. We hear a lot of stories when presidents go into power, and we hear things about them being bedraggled by kitchen cabinets. They need to look at people who cannot be bedraggled by kitchen cabinets. There are candidates who are out right now who have taken certain decisions at positions of power that tells you that these are the kind of people that can do something when the chips are down. And it's very important, because let me be very frank with you, the 2023 political election is going to be one of, if not the most important elections in the history of this country, because we are practically at our throes. In the last 7 years, I don't know, or I don't recall we've experienced the kind of situations that we experienced, so much so that the value of life is so devalued.
Right.
And these are the things that Nigerians need to look at when they make their choice.
Interesting. It's good that we've rounded off on the note of what needs to be done, not what has happened in the past. Thank you very much, Ihechukwu Ibeji, for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
And that's the much we can take on this first segment of Plus Politics. And we'll be right back. We'll take a short break. When we return, Murik rejects Governor Sanwo-Olu's endorsement, or rejects the endorsement of Governor Sanwo-Olu for a second term. You're watching Plus Politics.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
An Islamic organization, the Muslim rights concern MURIC, has condemned the endorsement of the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for a second term, describing it as unfair and provocative. This was in reaction to last week's widely reported endorsement of a governor for a second term by the Governor's Advisory Council, a group in the All Progressives Congress ahead of the 2023 gubernatorial race. The Governor's Advisory Council is an apex decision-making organization of the APC in Lagos. The director of the Muslim rights concern, Professor Ishaq Akintola, expressed the group's displeasure over the governor's second term endorsement in a statement he personally signed on Monday. MURIC maintained that the endorsement was in violation of a long-standing unwritten rule on rotational governance between Muslims and Christians in Lagos State. I'm glad to say joining us tonight to discuss this is Director of Muslim Rights Concern and the man who signed that statement, Professor Ishaq Akintola. Good evening to you, Prof. Thanks for your time.
Good evening, sir.
All right. Tell us about what zoning arrangement are you referring to as far as Lagos State is concerned?
Come again?
Yeah. What rotation, power rotation arrangement are you referring to in Lagos State?
Oh, well, you will recall that when former Governor Akinwumi Ambode was to come into office, when he was to become governor, the Christian Association of Nigeria, Lagos State chapter, actually came out boldly requesting that the next governor must be a Christian because a Muslim had spent 8 years. And of course, it was that was how Akinwumi Ambode became governor. And when he was vacating office, Governor Sanwo-Olu was brought in. Akinwumi Ambode has spent 4 years. Governor Sanwo-Olu is now concluding his 4 years. And of course, because Akinwumi Ambode was not allowed to come in for the second term in office, it was Sanwo-Olu that came to complete the second term. Well, naturally, one would expect that the next governor that will be running for the governorship in Lagos State will be a Muslim, because it's now a rotational thing. And of course, that's a neat arrangement, if we agree on that rotation. But surprisingly, last week, the stakeholders of the ruling party, the APC, just came up with this conclusion that they had endorsed Governor Sanwo-Olu for the second term. So we were pleasantly surprised, and we came together, and a lot of Muslims have been asking us, why wouldn't we say something about that? Why wouldn't we speak up for the Muslims? So, and that's the whole thing. Of course, you remember there is a rider there. We are saying, look, there is no hard and fast rule there. Even if Sanwo-Olu is going to run for the second term, which means Christians will then be in office for 12 years and not 8, then by the time Sanwo-Olu finishes his second term, a Muslim governor should come in and spend, and the Muslims would also spend their own 12 years in office. Of course, in a democracy, we believe negotiations, dialogue, agreements should be reached. So we are expecting that even if they were going to announce Sanwo-Olu for second term, the Muslims should be, as stakeholders, major stakeholders in Lagos State, should be consulted. And that's what we are asking for. So if they insist Sanwo-Olu should spend his second term now, then there is no doubt about it. At the end of his second term, a Muslim must come in, spend 2 terms, and then another Muslim will come in to spend another 4 years, making 12 years to meet up with what the Christians have spent in office.
All right, Professor Ishaq Akintola, I'm sure you're aware that in the Governor's Advisory Council, the group which made this endorsement, which actually isn't binding on the All Progressives Congress, they have to meet to either ratify a consensus candidate or have a primary of a governorship primary involving different candidates. I'm sure you're very well aware that the Governor's Advisory Council is a mere group, and that this group has a right to endorse who they feel should be endorsed. And this is not a statement of the party in Lagos State.
Oh, I'm not sure I had you correct.
Okay, I'll repeat myself, Prof. I'm saying I'm sure you're aware that the Governor's Advisory Council is simply a group. It's not a statutory organ of the All Progressives Congress. It's not a constitutionally recognized organ. It is just a group of individuals with common interests in the APC, and this is their private individual view that the governor of Lagos State has done well enough to deserve a second term, not the view of the party. So the party actually has not said anything about this.
That is when the APC, a political party, the ruling party, feels about the governor. We are not controverting that. We are not saying Sanwo-Olu has not performed. When the Christians demanded that a Christian must come on board, they didn't say Fashola did not perform. They didn't say the Muslim governor who was there did not perform. The issue is fairness, participatory democracy, inclusivity. There should be no group that will be excluded in decision making, in governance, and in the sharing of our common patrimony. That's what we are saying.
But Prof, the question
when the party is taking a decision,
yes.
When the party is taking a decision about who should come on board, they should also consider the multicultural nature of our society.
Prof Akintola, I guess you didn't hear my question right, so I have to repeat it. I'm saying that this group called the Governor's Advisory Council of the All Progressives Congress It's a private group. It is a group of individuals. It is not a statutory part or organ of the APC. It's just individuals who have their view. Just like Muri can have its view. The party has not taken a decision to endorse anyone. The party can't even do that, except through consensus by which other aspirants must sign in writing that they also endorse the candidate. So the party really, in essence, hasn't taken a decision. And the group says that this is their private view, independent of the party.
If it is in the interest of the party, is it in the interest of the people of Lagos State? Are those individuals in that council, are they oblivious of the fact that there are Muslims and Christians in this country? When we take decisions, we should consider our environment. There are no hard and fast rules to this. You consider your environment, and whatever decision you are arriving at, they can consult anyone. Nobody stopped them from calling the Christians. Nobody stopped them from calling the Muslims. But to just say because they are in council and so they are taking decisions, that is balderdash. We want to be involved. Because
but Prof, you seem to be arrogating so much power to this Governor's Advisory Council when they actually do not have any power than to campaign, than to say we support this person. That's all. The party has not said that they're going to endorse anybody, and I doubt the APC will endorse someone, except, of course, there's a consensus amongst all the candidates in writing, according to the Electoral Act.
We have to talk, we have to speak out now. We do not have to wait until somebody announces a primary. The whole world had it on radio, on television, and it was in the paper that Governor Sanwo-Olu has been endorsed by leaders of the party. So what else do you want to call primary? What else do you want to call the next decision? Why should the Muslims now wait for the final decision or whatever, the final name to be announced for primary? When leaders of the party have said they endorse Governor Sanwo-Olu.
All right, Prof. Seshaka Kintola, I'm sure you're aware. Are you not aware that the Governor's Advisory Council, which is an independent group, not a statutory organ in the APC, is made up of members of the Islamic faith? We have several persons in that group. For instance, Senator. I'll just, in case you're not aware, Prof. In case you're not aware, let me help you by reading the names.
Even if the council has members of the Islamic faith, that is not the way to consult Muslims of Lagos State.
Prof, maybe you do not believe me. Prof, can I just read out the names for you, sir? Sir, please let me read the names for you. We have Senator Oluremi Tinubu. She's there.
Your problem is when you ask questions now, you don't want me to give an answer.
No, Prof. In order for you to have context,
I am saying, can you listen to me?
All right,
Can
Prof.
you listen to me?
I'm listening to you, Prof.
What I'm saying is, even if members of the Islamic faith are in the council, in the governor's council, those are politicians, not people. These are not Muslims who have the interest of the Muslims of Lagos State at heart. They are not there in the council to represent the Muslims. Then the members of the council will need to reach out to the Muslim community of Lagos State, whose leader is Professor Tajuddin Badamasi. He knows what the Muslims want. The Muslims in the governor's council don't know what the Muslims of Lagos State want. Don't confuse us. We are saying this is what we want our own interests to be represented. You are saying some Muslims have represented us in the governor's council. Who knows them? We don't know them.
So Prof, are you saying? Yes. So, Prof, are you saying an academic of your standing, of your years of experience, you prefer for the leadership of Lagos State
to take objection to that description?
Okay, I apologize. I apologize, sir. No offense intended. I apologize.
In the public space like this.
I apologize, Prof. I hold you in very high regard, Prof. I apologize. My apologies, sir.
I may be forced to call off the interview. If you
I
use such
apologize
language
to you, sir. I apologize to you, sir. I'm just trying
No,
to put it in context, but
it
I
is-
apologize.
It's no longer a friendly interview.
I apologize. I apologize
it
to you,
is
sir. No
unprofessional
offense intended, sir.
To abuse that for me.
No,
Please,
sir.
I am calling it off. Call me another day, please.
Prof, are you there?
Please call me
Sincere
another-
apologies to
No,
you,
no, no.
Prof.
Call me another day.
Hello,
Then
Prof.
I'll
Hello, Prof. Are you
proceed
there? Sincere
your best.
apologies to you. No offense intended. Okay. Are you there, Prof? All right. We seem to have lost him. We'll try and get back to him. I didn't mean any offense there. I may have crossed the line for him, but certainly on my part, I didn't see anything wrong in that. I may have been wrong, and for that, I've apologized. I will still try to get back to Prof on a personal note to say sorry to him. But I was going to ask him, as an academic, it would be expected that, he promotes an egalitarian society based on ideas, a society that is devoid of religious sentiments. This is the Nigeria we want to see, and Lagos State has been able to get to that point. Should he be dragging Lagos State back, or does he not see it as taking Lagos State back, when we're looking at voting on the basis of religion? Of course, you remember in 1992-93, Nigerians came out to vote a Muslim ticket. And those were the days in the country where it was more about the ideas and what you have for the people and how many votes you could garner, not whether you're Muslim or Christian. So I was about asking whether, as an academic, he feels that it's not against his own standing in society. But Prof, if you're watching, sincere apologies to you, sir. No offense was intended, and I will try personally to reach out to the Prof to apologize for me. You know my style. I'm always very fiery. But the members of the Governor's Advisory Council, according to reports, include the following persons. We have the senator representing the Lagos Central Senatorial District, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and her two colleagues in the Red Chamber, Solomon Adeola, Lagos West, and Tokumbo Abiru, Lagos East. You have the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. You have the current Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, who himself is a Muslim. You have the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa. You have the ex-Speaker Adeyemi Ikufo-Riji, former Deputy Governor Mrs. Idiat Oluranti Adebule, and others. You have the likes of Tajuddin Olusi, Prince Tajuddin Olusi. You have Henry Ajomale, former Lagos State APC chair. You have Prince Abiodun Ogunleye, ex-deputy to former Governor Tinubu, Otumba Bashiru, Lebiosu, and so on and so forth. Alhaji S.A. Seriki, Ashiwaji Olorufumi Bashorun, and of course Prince Rabi Olua, and so on. So it's a mixture of Christians and Muslims. But another question I'd have liked to ask the Prof is, he's talking about 12 years of a Christian ticket as far as Lagos State is concerned. But Lagos State had two consecutive administrations, 8 years of Tinubu and 8 years of Fashola, making 16 years. That's more than 12 years by my maths, if I'm not mistaken. But hopefully we'll have a chance to talk to him tomorrow. That's how much you can take, and that's the size of the show right here on Plus Politics. My name is Kofi Bertels. Sincere apologies to you if you're watching and you were also offended by the question, and no offense intended. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for your time.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein. Okay, so it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? high levels of acid-containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid-containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for an example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's urine breath test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain. You have pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good afternoon, I am Destiny Momo with the news update. Photos of abducted train passengers have been released by their abductors. The 3 sets of photos released by the terrorists were believed to have been released on Monday night. The chairman of the Abducted Passengers Forum had earlier hinted in the news conference in Kaduna last week that the federal government is currently talking with the terrorists. Recall that in the first video released by the terrorists of the train attack, they hinted that they were not after money, but an exchange of the abducted passengers with their commanders, who they alleged are under the custody of the federal government. Some residents believe that the release of the photos may be an indication that the abducted passengers are alive and in good condition. The popular police Mami Market in Damaturu, Yobe State has been closed over fears of bomb attack by Boko Haram. The Damaturu Police Mami Market is located inside the police area command Damaturu. Reports say all shops at the market were under lock and key, a situation that looked contrary to the booming nightlife in Damaturu, the state capital. Other pubs in the town, especially in Jerusalem area, have also been shut for the same reasons. Police spokesman Dungos Abdul Karim confirmed the closure of the market. And also the Remo State government has buried en masse the victims of the illegal oil refinery explosion which occurred at a forest in Abeze community of the Ohaji Egbema local government area of the state on Friday night. The victims were buried at the site of the explosion. The tragedy claimed over 100 lives.
Locals who have been able to identify 1 or 2 persons have taken them, but the casualty figure as of last visit on Sunday still remains 110. Means of survival here is hard. So maybe as a result of finding things difficult that made them to join this business. There is no how you can provide job for people and they will prefer joining this kind of business, knowing that the risk is high. So I'm not actually saying that what they are doing is right, but I mean, from my own understanding, is part of, as a result of frustration.
They were so loose that these illegal bunkers could come here in their numbers today without any kind of threat, not feeling that the police security agents will come. That's why we blame them, not because they're the people doing it, but a security agent should be able to forestall anything illegal.
A group SA Health Initiative has organized a capacity building workshop for stakeholders in Ekiti State on female genital mutilation, FGM. The Stop Cuts project is aimed to reduce the prevalence of female genital mutilation by improving law enforcement systems and enhancing public awareness through collaborative efforts championed by critical stakeholders. The one-day workshop with media practitioners held in Ado Ekiti centered around understanding advocacy, policies and laws, as well as prevalence and perpetrators of female genital mutilation. And one of the resource speakers, Akinleye Olukemi, said that the objective of the workshop is to build capacity for media personnel, noting that they are major stakeholders in curbing the menace. On his part, the representative of Hersey Health Initiative, Bamidele Oyeumi, admonished all stakeholders to champion the campaign at the community level.
Short and consequent, we have genitals ready. You know, I told you of the lady that the leg was tied together. The person can develop inflammation as a result of that. Inflammation can also lead to infection. Infection of various types. Due to use of the same instruments, due to healing problems, because already that healing will not be okay. When at this FGM, it's bad thing that we must stop. So let's encourage others and all our relatives not to involve in female genital mutilation anymore.
So you can see that the offenses are much. The person is already facing one count for physical injury, placing somebody in fear of physical injury, and the prohibition of the act itself, female genital mutilation, then section 6, prohibition of frustrated investigation, then prohibition of harmful traditional practices. So if a good prosecutor charged with all the sessions, and by the time they saw everything together, that's why sometimes you will see they will say somebody has been jailed for 100 years, somebody has been jailed for 150 years, and you now be wondering how many years does this person want to live?
Advocate for laws and policies, review laws and policies that protect women from genital mutilation, and also we have called on you to champion community campaigns. When we see community campaigns, let's help them promote it. We have called on you to champion community campaigns to end female genital mutilation in different communities that we have in Ekiti State.
The kinsmen of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, have donated medical utilities to hospitals covering the 7 district areas of Hong Local Government Council area of Adamawa State to cushion the effects of insurgency. President Hoba Development Association Alheri Nyako said the medical intervention is to bring succor to communities in the council following recent security challenge in the council. Hong Local Government area has witnessed a series of violent attacks by bandits suspected to be members of Boko Haram sect.
Today we presented surgical hand gloves, sanitary pads for women, BP apparatus, hot lamps, which they use in the delivering unit, bed sheets, which is very, very important.
And when there's a particular need, we should fulfill the obligation of being our brother's keepers. When there's hardship, when there's suffering, when there's any calamity, we cannot be idle. We must do everything possible to make an impact. And that is why when bandits came to attack one of our communities in Kopri, the survivors had their houses burned and they were brought to an IDP camp in Hong. The Urban Development Association Abuja attacked themselves and came massive relief, both foodstuffs, clothes, and some other materials.
There has been a recent rise in demand for creatives in the entertainment industry. However, respect for intellectual property laws is still a concern in a country where intellectual property is plagued by piracy. As the world marks Intellectual Property Day, we spoke to Professor Bankole Shodipo at the Babcock University School of Law and Oyinkanshola Fawemi, entertainment lawyer. Take a listen.
We have a series of laws in Nigeria. We have courts that are willing to enforce the rights. And for those who have been to the courts, there are many cases that have been adjudicated. People have been imprisoned, and damages have been awarded of up to 16 billion naira for infringement. But the question really is how many people approach the courts and the time it takes even in enforcement of rights. These are some of the problems. Continuous engagement with the courts, because the courts are overworked. Some of us are saying that we need more judges, we need more courts. And we are also saying that the enforcers of the law for the government, the Nigerian Copyright Commission, for instance, and Standard Organization of Nigeria, NAFDAC, need to be empowered even in the enforcement of intellectual property by prosecuting infringers.
I think generally for me, it's just for us to change the orientation we have towards IP. There's a mindset of people not just understanding the value that is being attached to intellectual property as a product or as a property or as an asset that can be owned, that can be traded and can be exploited. Essentially, IP creation and IP management as a whole is extremely expensive. It's an expensive business, and even the government or the legislation, people that are in charge of financial institutions and whatever it is, have zero knowledge about how the economics of IP works. So even if the government has said, oh, there's 1 billion with CBN for the creative fund, the parameters to access this money is insane. It doesn't make any sense because you've not put the structures in place to ensure that, the average creative or the average company that works in creating IP or manages IP can access this money. So it's a futile venture, so a lot of the funds that have been set up that you say, oh, there's fanfare about, oh, this money has been set up for this, has been set up for that. Nobody can access it because you're putting parameters that do not make sense and we cannot.
Nigerians complain against the incessant power failure in the country, and that's on our street views. Take a listen.
I burn generator from almost on daily basis. I mean, by the time I calculate the money I spend for fuel on daily basis, and I honestly tell myself the truth that this power issue is something else. It's really dealing with us Nigerians.
This thing is affecting so many companies. My daughter has a company. I know how many fuel we run every day. People that cannot afford such, they end up packing up and going to other countries. Can I say in a month we'll have like 3 times? Is that power supply? So every day I burn fuel. Every day I buy fuel 2,000 in my house. It's very ridiculous.
We are being cheated. There is no light. I live at Ikoyi. They don't give us light. Like 3 times a week, and it's about 2 to 3 hours, and it's gone. There is money in this country, but we don't know where the money is going to. No water, no light, no good roads. What can we do?
It's affecting me. It's affecting me. See me as I'm sweating. If I bath finish like this, I begin sweating. In the evening, sweating. Midnight, sweating. All my children, they are sick now. No lights, and they are still bringing the bill. Where is the money? And now, the bill is high. What are we using? Fan, television. So it's finished. I'm fit. I'm not using the oven. I'm not using washing machine. And they are bringing crazy bill. For what? And no light. We are suffering from this Nigeria.
There is no light in my area. No single light. But we are paying for light, but we never see light. Sometimes, once in 2 weeks. Sometimes you will not even see it.
And moving on to other parts of Africa. Rwandan opposition lawmaker has slammed the Rwanda-UK asylum seekers deal, arguing it could create budget difficulties and destabilize the society in the long run. Frank Habineza, a Rwandan opposition lawmaker, has criticized Britain's decision to send asylum seekers to his home country. He is one of the rare critical voices on the matter in the East African country. The president of Democratic Green Party of Rwanda called the deal inhumane, questioning its legality. And this comment comes weeks after the British and the Rwandan Foreign Affairs ministers announced what they call the Migration and Economic Development Partnership.
We are completely against these kind of deals, whether it's Denmark or UK or Israel or whatever. We are not in agreement. If people come to you, take care of them. We have signed the UN Convention, all of us, to take care of refugees. It's really inhumane and also against human rights. Because if it's the right of the people to go where they have gone. So if you send them to a country where they did not choose, that means you're forcing them to go somewhere else. So that's against their rights. It's an abuse of human rights as well. So we have to respect their rights and the rights of refugees. Conflicts are inevitable. When people come in and you say you're going to give them those 120 million pounds and they are going to live a very good life, whereas other Rwandans, they don't have anything the same way as that, then be sure that there will be conflicts, that people will say, oh, so these people are living a better life than us. Yeah, so there will be conflicts. Then there will also be conflicts on natural resources, competition. We don't have land, and if the Americans are going to settle here, that means we'll be given land. They will be also have given other.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you. So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days
the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sonny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Homzy Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Obalamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Esienigbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State, took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheonrere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Shorere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's meme is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, Such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyekanwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love.
Originally a secular artist, Owenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of highlife, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
You and I will be as one.
Your treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw. And that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually had to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in beers and blood.
It was a revolution!
I was one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of SO and U, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. It's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
60 Minutes with Angela starts right now.
Listen to this. Quote, I can boldly say that Asiwaju is strategically working for the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, judging by his moves. Without any iota of doubt, all of the meetings and consultations that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is presently doing will eventually be in favor of Professor Yemi Osinbajo. End of quote. So says my guest today on the program, a former National Secretary of the Labour Party and coordinator of Progressive Lawyers for Osinbajo. Kayode Ajulo joins me on the program. So my introduction, I was quoting you there. You say that Asiwaju is strategically working for the Vice President, judging by his moves without any iota of doubt that all of the meetings and consultations will eventually be in favor of the Vice President. My question is, are they both playing Nigerians? Is this a game that they're playing?
Well, I won't say they are playing Nigerians. The only way I can put it is that I'm speaking from experience. I'm speaking as a strategist, and I'm speaking as political strategy, in the sense that politics is like war. You have to strategize. There are sometimes some dummies has to be sent out. There are some intricacies. I won't say lies. I won't say fraud. But it has many other things. And whether you like it or not, there's no way you can divorce Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Yemi Osinbajo. And like I told some people, his clout means so much. In any way, whether he decided to contest
or not,
it tells. It is body language. This is about politics. It is like speaking in parable, but it is not. To the initiated, they understand what I'm trying to say, and that is from that point I looked at it.
Yes.
And again, some of us, we have some privileged information.
Yes.
How it is, he has been going consulting. Like I said to some people, Asiwaju cannot deny ever knowing that some years back that Yemi Osinbajo will contest this election.
Because I read you saying that Professor Osinbajo actually did inform the former governor of Lagos State that he would be interested in.
Yes, I know. It is Rotimi Fashakin that made that day yesterday. That's what I want to say. Though from my private discussion with a lot of people, I would tell them that look, there's no way, because let us be sincere here. Once Osinbajo has been sent to Abuja to become vice president, in the southwest, where which is primary constituency, he remained the #1 political leader there, irrespective of Asiwaju. Yeah. And from that point, you will see that this man has been primed to be the next president.
Because that's the only next step.
That is the only next step. Nobody can deny that right. So many years back, during the Goodluck Jonathan, propounded the doctrine of necessity. We have to get to the courts. The Federal High Court has already agreed with us to some point, and we have doctrine of necessity. And early this year, I said there is this doctrine of right refusal. He has that doctrine. In every modern democracy, where everything works. Once the president, if he is to run for an election, once he indicates his interest that I'm going to run for this election,
everybody else backs down.
With him. Now, our constitution makes it impossible for the president to run for election. And who else, even constitutionally, in the absence of the president, the next that takes over is the vice president. Now, for this election, except the vice president should come out to say, I've exercised our right of first refusal, I refuse.
Yes.
But as it is, this is someone that's come out to say, yeah, this is what I'm doing. And with that, I don't think anybody need to raise anything. And like I said, mind my words, Asiwaju cannot say he's not aware that he's contesting. And it's so clear. How and when, and that is another thing. But like from what I'm seeing, we need to be sincere. And that is why I said it on Monday, immediately, not less than 5 minutes after the vice president has already declared his intention, which I called accepting our agitation that he should contest. I say, don't be surprised that Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu will be the one that will take his hand and take him around the delegates. And we are waiting.
Political science students always say that if an incumbent is entitled to a second term and he hasn't exercised the right of first refusal, he's still interested. If his party doesn't back him, it tells a lot that maybe the party doesn't believe in him or trust him. So if he says he's interested in that seat, the party has to embrace that decision.
As at now, it is more like a dress rehearsal. It is more like anybody that has interest. As it is in Nigeria, anybody that can afford the
expression of interest
fee are picking form. And mind you, some of them are for different reasons. Some, or what they're after, is to ensure that they are considered for ministerial appointment. Because like what you may not know is when it comes to that, all those aspirants will come together. There will be some horse trading. There will be that support me. This is what I'm going to give you. Some may even be, I want to be an ambassador. Some may I want to be a minister. Some may even be that I just want to be a board member of so and so. Some may even be that, please, after you've given me, you give me some waiver to get some of my goods into Nigeria. Because politics is about interest. Each one has one interest. It is so clear that all those speaking form, even half of them, are not serious in becoming the president. Even some ministers, you see Minister A, Minister B doing that. Maybe the essence of everything is to retain that seat. Some may even want to be, if you don't want me to contest this, please let me be a senator and just promise me that you ensure that I'll be a senator. So as it is, this is what is going on. It's a death rehearsal. And whatever I'm telling you, I'm speaking from experience. We have seen someone that want to contest for president that ended up being a party chairman. I've seen some that ended up being the ambassador. I've seen someone that ended up, even all he just wants is that please sign that I will never be prosecuted. Many people with different interests, with different ideas, with different agitation. But what matters most is, as far as APC is concerned, except the party is thinking something else, which I believe this is a party we all believe in, that talked of progressive, that talked of idea, that talked of equal opportunity, that are ready to make that change. The beginning of that change is with Yemi Osinbajo.
Now, I want us to talk about the definition of a traitor or betrayer. I wrote this down. A person who betrays someone or something, it could be a cause, it could be a principle, or it could be a friend. One who betrays another's trust or is false to an obligation or duty. A traitor is a person who is not loyal. So I wanted your reaction, because a lot of the supporters of the former Lagos governor are calling the vice president a traitor and a betrayer. How do you react to that?
Well, let me quickly tell you this, and I'm sure it may shock you to tell you that from my own position and from my experience and privileged information I have, even the idea of who is a betrayer, who is a traitor, did not even come from those from the camp of the former governor of Lagos State. Right. That is one of the things. Those who are doing it, those who are posting the posters, we know them. You know, it is like it helps some people interests. It makes some people happy to see that the two gladiators are fighting. It is like by the time they start fighting, somebody will come and take the meat with their fighting. So a lot of people are finding the ember of that discord. From what I know, the beginning of that issue of traitor are those who don't even know what transpired between the two leaders. I'm being sincere.
Yes.
Those who are doing it are not even from the Southwest. I'm sincere about it. Those that went to Area 10 to procure printing press to start printing their posters, we know them. At the right time, we know what to be done. And that is why the issue of this traitor needs to be interrogated. Who betrays who? In what? In which trust? Are we going to say, yes, you are going to become the vice president, you will not contest?
The argument is, if your mentor says he's interested in something, you as the mentee, you are supposed to stand down your ambition to respect that of your mentor.
That is one of the things I mentioned, that we still need to know the sincerity of that declaration I want to contest, and who is being primed for that or not. That is another thing. I read it this morning that even there was a time that somebody told, I don't want to be mentioning them, told Osibajo, reminded that there was a time the Baba Obafemi Awolowo asked Osibajo to come and sit on his lap and make some pronouncement to say, by the grace of Almighty God, this man will become the president of this country. How true is that assertion is another thing. But it's so clear that once the day he became the vice president, it's so clear that the next step to be done is. And let us ask our question, ourselves one question. Is there need for any fight here? When we are talking of public service to the people, I don't think that one should cause any problem. That's why I said whosoever that is peddling, flying that kite of traitorship or whatever betrayal they want to see, it's either is oblivious of what is happening in the camp, or is oblivious of the truth thing, or just want to cause mischiefs. Because as it is, nothing like betrayal here, nothing like being disloyal here. Because what matters most here is you need to do what is right and just as you sit on this seat. And when the generality of the people should say, we want you to be the president, and being responsive you are, then you have to hear the call of the people. And that is what it is. And it is based on this, have in mind that the same voice of the people is what the Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu we heed at the end of the day to say to be Osibajo. I'm so sure of this.
You realize how serious this matter is, because you've also said, and I'm quoting you now, it will be unfortunate for the Southwest to blow this chance of a lifetime to further reposition Nigeria towards the path of progress. End of quote. So are you saying that the crisis between the vice president and the former Lagos State governor is that serious when we have other Yorubas who have declared and yet to declare for the race?
Well, you know, our Yoruba language is something that is very dear to me. Anyway, I'm Yoruba. And I do say, Ojulo mo onje to yonu. There are some things that is so clear. Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu and Yemi Osibajo are dear sons of Oduduwa. They are dear sons of the Southwest that you cannot flippantly set them aside. And it is not something that will be palatable, let me use the word, for to see whether real or unreal crisis happening between them. And that is why I made that statement, that there is a need for two of them to sit down, because I know at the end of the day, there will be a way for it to happen. But if there should be any crisis, I don't want to believe there's any real crisis than the one that is being involved, the one that is being induced, or there is one that is being stimulated to sound as a crisis, because some people believe by the time these two people should run themselves down, they throw each other under the bus, then our own interests, people will listen to us.
Where do you stand on the question of the Southeast? Because a lot of people feel or felt that even though the presidential seat has been zoned to the south, it should be conceded to the people of the southeast. And all the Yorubas are saying the Yoruba agenda, the southwest agenda, why not support the Igbo agenda for equity?
In a situation where you have to struggle for things, it will bring out the best in you. Then you can bring out your best to achieve what you need to do. And this is the way I will explain the question you asked me. Yes, for equity, if you know me, I talked about egalitarian society. Yes. I even had an NGO that propagates egalitarianism idea, in which there must be equality, in which there must be justice. Even my doctoral thesis is on social justice. Yes. But social justice must come with some level of agitation and seriousness from those who seek social justice. Even human rights, right itself, is not given a la carte. You must stand up. You must go and pick it. But as it is, if from the southeast are saying they want the APC to give them the presidency, you need to ask, how many members are in APC? Today you can see demography of the delegate. The lowest is either southeast. Yes. How many of them? If there must be votes, how many can we say? It is like working in Julius Berger, working in Dantata and Sawa, and said Julius Berger should pay you. It's like you're working in Chevron and saying Mobil should pay you. There must be some strategic move by those in the southeast
to reach out across the aisle.
To know how to do it. But to say, oh, we want to sit down, we don't want to have anything to do with the APC, but election is coming tomorrow to pick the presidential candidate, and you say, no, it must be given to us.
Yes.
Power is not given. Now we are talking of power. The real power, it is not given. Just sitting down on the armchair and just open your mouth and you want somebody to drop the water in your mouth. It is not done. You have to stand up, you have to go and grab it. I think that is what the Southeast need to do.
Get up and grab it. All right, join us after the break. So now to one of the issues that really bothers me, the matter of always Ogun State. Every time it's the Southwest, it's a person of Ogun State origin. In 1999, the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, he was from Ogun State. Professor Yemi Osinbajo is also from Ogun State as a vice president. Now, it looks to me like of all the 6 states that make up the Southwest geopolitical zone, Ogun State seems to have the upper hand. The other states are feeling just a little bit marginalized. Why not let other Southwest states come into this race? For instance, the current governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, is also throwing his hat into the ring. Why can't we see someone else from another state, just not Ogun State?
But I think we should understand one thing that we're talking of the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. We're not talking of the president of Southwest. From the Southwest, if you know us very well, one of the things that matters most is merit. The Yoruba are egalitarian. Yoruba look at what is possible and what it is. If he merited it, let it. I think that is what matters. Yoruba, if you notice, being an Olomoluabi itself is to look for that core value. Once it is exhibited, nobody wants to think of where you're coming from. Yes. And I think that is what it is. Any Yoruba man, irrespective of where you're coming from, it is not the issue.
Because there's only one Yoruba race.
There's one Yoruba race, and there's the Indidis here. The only qualification is Omoluabi. Once you are, I think you don't have any problem.
All right. You say that your position on the 2023 presidency is simple and clear. Professor Yemi Osinbajo is the best option
yes,
for the All Progressives Congress and for Nigeria. How did you come to that conclusion?
What matters most, and these are the things I look, even let me start with like my office, we're in my law firm. First thing I considered for you to work, to be my associates and to be my colleagues, that we should work in the chamber, is your pedigree. Pedigree matter. Where are you coming from? And I say something that when we talk of greatness, Shakespeare said it. He used three indices. And these 3 indices, Professor Yemi Osinbajo ticked it without any stress.
And they are?
First, is that you are born into greatness, or you achieve greatness, or you have greatness tossed upon you. When we talk of born into greatness, that is pedigree. His pedigree speaks for himself. In whatsoever name you can call it. The late sage for Yemi Osinbajo to be admitted to the home of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Apart from the home, we are talking of political and any other whatever that it is, accepted to be a son, a grandson of Obafemi Awolowo. That one ticket. We are not even talking of what about his own parents. For you to be on that one stand. And again, you check his pedigree. From Corona to Igbobi to University of Lagos and the London School of Economics. Everything with distinction. Born into greatness. Now, achieving greatness, I know what it is for you to be a professor of law of a university and not a backwater university, University of Lagos. I know a lot of my friends that today, they just want to be a professor because of what you have to pass through. They are still, some of them readers, some of the associate professor, they will tell you where they are still being considered. I'm talking in some states, in some schools, you can come today and they give you professor. Now, professor of law, University of Lagos, it means so much. That is, you achieve greatness. I know what it takes to rise above rank, to be so conferred with the position of senior advocate of Nigeria. I know what it is. I know even as I sit with you, I'm even here to be a senior advocate of Nigeria. And I know some people say, oh, you're a great man. We even laugh and say, these people don't know what it is. I know what it is. Like I said, I dare anybody. Give me any other aspirant. Place them side by side and come tell me who will I pick. And like must say this, the few times you can see that he find himself sitting as a acting president. It's as if there is a peace in this country whenever he is acting as president.
A lot of people thought he was a reluctant candidate. You know, before his declaration, you had described it as an unpopular speculation that Professor Yemi Osinbajo may not contest in 2023. Did he not seem reluctant?
No.
In fact, everyone was attacking Senator Babafemi Ojudu, saying that he's the one trying to force the vice president to contest.
No, let me tell you, politics has his own initiatives. the initiates of that political group, they are aware of what will be. And that's why some of us can come out fully with all those attacks, like you said it for Babafemi Ojudu. That it's been planned. Not that he didn't come out as Sapustan. That's why I say he's been primed for this job. I know what I'm talking about. You can see, you need to see the way principal and their vice, how they've been relating. In everything, there are those that knows, there are those that may not know. And there's no that even that will know that still believe it won't happen. I remember the day he made somebody call me, a traditional ruler. Coyote, are you sure our man has declared? Is it true? I said, but my lord, my captain said, are you not watching? He said, it's true. And I shouted. It is always like that. And if you remember, immediately he did that. Attacks started coming from left and right. The prayer has been, it will never be. No politician what is sought in Nigeria, including Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that will say they are unaware. They are, but the idea is, praise. Some people are just in self-denial that it wouldn't happen. Now it has happened. The next thing is to let's try sending mud, get mercenary to be attacking his personality. It's politics. So to us, we know what it is, and at the end of the day, Nigeria will know what it is. This time around, Nigeria is being offered the best.
The All Progressives Congress will hold its primaries May 30, 31 for the presidential race, and for the governorship May 23. So I want us to talk about the process? Because you had talked about how it was dangerous for the convention, for the people who emerged as the executives during the convention to emerge via consensus. So I want you to tell us, what does the APC constitution recommend in terms of the primaries? Is it 3 ways? Do you have direct primaries, indirect primaries, and consensus? Are those the 3 ways by which the presidential candidate will emerge?
Yes, certainly by the Electoral Act. What the Electoral Act stipulates is in 3 ways. But for me, after interrogating it, it's still just 2 ways. Here we talk of direct election, indirect, and consensus. And what is consensus? There's nothing like consensus, because that is why I quickly raised the alarm that irrespective of the fact that you agree that there should be a consensus, there will still be the need for voice voting.
At the end of the day.
So at the end of the day, what is being called consensus is more or less an indirect election, in a way that irrespective of the fact that even if it has to be only you are the only candidate, there is still the need. We can't say because you are only candidate, okay, yes, candidate Angela is now our only candidate here, okay, tick his name, Angela is here, he is hereby declared as the winner of the. No, there will still be need to now say now as it is that Angela is our only candidate. What do you think about it? Those that accept, you say A. Those that say yeah, you say nay. You can see that.
So there will still be a voice
voting, and that is what I try to pass the message I send across to the leadership party, that don't be carried away with this convention. There is a way there's still procedure you have to follow, and you can see on the live TV how they went about their conduct of that election. What makes this electoral act different from what we have before is that anybody can go to court and anybody can have locals on when it comes to issue of election. But as of now, the 2 ways to conduct election is either direct or indirect. What we call primary, or what we call consensus, at the end of the day, we end up to be indirect election, because there must be a voice voting. And how do you vote in an election is in 6 ways. But the one that is so well used in practice in Nigeria is either voice voting or balloting. So, and that is the way it has to be, and I believe that is the way we know. But from the whole thing, and the way, the popularity, and from the feeler I'm getting from the governors, from the senators, from other delegates, it's so clear that Yemi Osinbajo is coasting home to victory. And at the end of the day, you may have nobody even contesting against him.
The reason I ask that question is, if reading opinions across board, it is alleged that Osinbajo's camp is relying on being the consensus candidate, and they're wary of going into the direct primaries or indirect.
Let us be sincere here. Osinbajo is not that they are wary of going to consensus candidate. In every agreement, in every association, in any political consideration and meetings, one thing is so clear, that is through convention, not every law, everything is law. If you should come here now, if you are older than me, even as a lady, I have to stand up from my seat to greet you. I can't be on my seat and you straight hands to me as because I want to be a gentleman. I will get to no law that asks me that once you enter my office I must get up for you. But because it's a convention, it's one thing I've been practicing. In party politics, particularly when it comes to party convention, it's clear that when such person as Yemi Osinbajo, Vice President of the Republic, particularly where the President is not seeking for any re-election, every other candidate must defer to him. That one is so clear. At the right time, this will be tested, this will be discussed, and this will be interrogated, that we will get a fruition. So with that alone, I think right of first refusal. Even ordinary tenants has the right of first refusal. For you to sell your house, you need to tell your tenant that I'm selling this house. What do you think about it? If the tenant says, yes, I want to buy it, let me pay. Yes, you would need, maybe the only reason you may not sell it to him that maybe what he's offering is not what
you don't agree on
pay.
price.
If you don't agree on, but if you agree, if what the other person coming is what he's offering, you have to give it to him. That is ordinary tenancy agreement, not to talk of an institution. We're talking. No, I think we need to know the office. Vice President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, somebody that has the experience who among those contesting, including Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, can say he has the experience that he
being
has.
a vice president.
Now, 7 years. Let me tell you one thing. I got married in 2004. He was a governor then. I had my first daughter, and in that year. Then, as at 1999, when he was a governor, I was an undergraduate. Today, my daughter that I did the wedding when he was a governor is now a graduate. How do I want to explain to her? I think you understand what I'm trying to say. For over 15 years, and not that he has done any other thing. And we are talking of governance. And we are talking, let me tell you something, Angela. If you are going to Lagos today, we are flying the plane. And the pilot, you know the pilot, and you know that this pilot, the last time he flew this plane, is 15 years ago. And you have another pilot who has been co-pilot for someone that has been flying back and forth for 7 years without any hitches. If they ask you, who did you want to fly you to Lagos? Tell me, who will you pick? This is somebody that will now come and be testing. See, bring Abedi Pele to come and play World Cup now. He will fumble because he has, irrespective of what he has played for years. Bring Abedi Pele. I wish Rashidi Yekini is alive the way he has been playing all those times. Bring him before Messi. Messi with Dustin, we make him to play Ludo or whatever we call it in our parlance. You know, this is so clear. Now, I need someone to debunk this allegation that Yemi Oshiba is the most experienced among all of them in whatever ramification. Since even when you look at it, yes, he has been in public service. Many people will tell you, at least I've been meeting Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu since 1991 when he was a senator with Madam Kufo Bokno. That's 1991. That's the first time we ever have anything, and just to even say how are you today, that's about 30 years ago. That's 1990. That is the first time he finds himself in public service. Osinbajo has been there since 80s. The records are there. I'm not conjuring. I'm not trying to do any permutation. No, let's be real. It may sound funny, but you know, the Almighty God has a way of running the affairs of men in a miraculous way. This is another miracle, and it's for us to grab it and to ensure that we get the Nigerians of our dream.
Join us again after the break. Now, let's talk about the Honorable Minister of Transport, your call on him to resign after that attack on the Kaduna-bound train. Is that a tactic or a ploy to strategically get rid of one of those aspirants that people are saying is very strong and will give your candidate a run for his money?
I think those that know me, and I believe you know me to a point.
Yeah.
Apart from being a lawyer, I have an NGO, civil society organization, which is Egalitarian Mission. What the core mandate of Egalitarian Mission is to ensure good governance. And honestly, I'm being sincere, as at the time of when Egalitarian Mission is making that statement, we sat and discussed extensively, and basically on one point, on the position of the minister himself that came out publicly, live TV, to say, yes, I'm aware this will happen. I've asked for this, it has not been paid. It's a self-indictment, and I can see from that point it is like making a voluntary confession to that crime, because it's a negligence of whosoever that handles that train going to Kaduna.
You don't see it as a sign of frustration, because if he has been asking for 3 years for that surveillance equipment to be bought and the approval had not come even up to the day of that explosion, that attack on the train, perhaps he was voicing that to the public for us to know.
Frustration sometimes is like dying declaration. There are some things that there are some evidence that the court will always hold there and act upon. Dying declaration. So if I will see that as more like dying declaration, because if he said he's being frustrated, but the truth of the matter, he's speaking his mind, he's saying it as it is, and from there we've been able to make some inferences that, look, you are aware that there is danger. As the advisor of the president and minister on transportation, what ought to be done is to ensure that there's no commercial operation going on with that train, pending what
when
you ask
the surveillance
for, if that is what it is. Because it is this, I know that this car that I'm asking you to drive to your house has no brake, and I still allow you, and on the way something happened, and I say, yes, I know this car, I know there's no brake, I've asked that they did brake, we should buy a new brake. Is that what you need to say? What he ought to done first is to resign first, before anything, and not talk of prosecution. I'm serious, and I'm not minusing my word by saying that statement. I know you may ask me, what about others? Others has not come to say anything. He's the only one that makes that come to me. I see that as compassion. He's the only one that confessed that, yes, I'm culpable in this. This is what ought to happen. I know I would not have done it. That is grand. That's gory. That is to me what shouldn't have been. And in bright climb, what ought to be done is for him to be writing some statements, to ask, so you are aware, what did you do? I know it is only in Nigeria anything can happen. You know that there's a danger, and you still allow the plane to the train to take over. We don't even know the number. Some will say 900, and some will say 300, some will say 500, and you allow them to go, and now it's happened. Some people, do you know that some people are still in captivity now? I lost a very dear friend, the Secretary General of the TUC. It's late. And you are saying that his children, his family, his friend, they are watching, say, oh, so this man wouldn't have died if this thing has happened. Do you know the trauma? Do you know what you want to put them to? And you are still saying that, and the next day you are saying you are declaring. It sounds, look, let's be sincere. This is what that statement bereft of any. As at that time, he has not even declared done is this what I say as Yahoo declaration.
Why are you calling it a Yahoo declaration? And I want to mention this. We all know that the relationship between the Honorable Minister of Transport, Amechi, and the current governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, is fractured at best. And I'm looking at it now from the outside. If he had come out to say, I need the stadium, the Amesemaka Stadium, for my declaration, you don't think Governor Wike would have locked the gates of that stadium?
I don't think. But that's not it. Even if he locked it, let me tell you something. No army can stop any idea whose time has come. If he must declare, and he knows I enjoy the confidence and the support of the people, he can even do it in front of the government house without any problem. It depends on the numbers and the people that join you. You need not take recourse to deceit and fraud because you want to declare. I received the IV. The IV wrote Thanksgiving and national prayer that we should come. And they made I really wanted to attend. I'll be there. And imagine my embarrassment that after everybody is sitting there, somebody entered the hall, entered the stadium, and started running around the hall and said, I declare for president. Is that the way it is being declared? You can see what Osibajo did. He believed that I need to pass this message across to everybody, nook and cranny of this country. If we use the national stadium, it will not even contain the number of people that will come for his declaration.
You don't see that running as a sign of physical fitness?
No. It's just been rhetoric and trying to be funny about. Anyway, it may be, but what we are saying is that we need not lose that sight. You invited people for Thanksgiving and national prayer of your party.
Yes.
Even from what I even learned that the national chairman of the party was even in Port Harcourt that day, and some leaders of the party, they were there until when they were told this will happen, they quickly ran back to their hotel room. I even read somewhere, whether it's true or not, that the former chairman of the party, Adam Oshiomhole, has to recant to say he was deceived to go into
because he was there.
You can imagine the fraud, and you want to become the president. If the first thing you are doing, the first step you are taking, you are putting on the wrong step forward, and you are lying, and you are doing through by inducement, which to me, that's why I call it Yahoo, because you need to check section 419 of our Criminal Act, what it means. Once you make false impression, you lie, false pretense to achieve what, and that is exactly what it is. It's Yahoo. There's no other way you can call it. And you can see what happened yesterday. To me, embarrassing the national chairman again, visiting him and taking some picture of Ghana must go, and some people are saying that one there is money in that bag. I don't want to believe that the national chairman will be that too inexperienced to sit with him with the bags of money behind. But you can see what they've turned the national chairman to somewhat national to laughing stock that he's sitting between the Ghana must go brought by Amechi. I want to believe that some people just want to embarrass the national chairman. So these are not the way to play politics. These are not the way, and I believe it's not until when you should go to stadium to make declaration. Osibajo make this declaration, the voice was heard all over the world. I watched when Yahya Bello was making his declaration. You can see all the youth, as he was talking, everybody were dancing, singing. The deputy governor kept saying, sit down, sit down. I'm very sure, if you ask most of those you there, can you tell me just one thing you had the governor, Yahya Bello, saying? They will tell you they can't hear it. That is why the vice president believed that I will just make a very simple, solemn declaration. And it was heard all over the nation, out of the country, even all over the world. That is the best way. You don't need to lie. You don't need to perpetrate fraud. If fraud can be used to induce people to come for your declaration, then tell me what will happen when you become president. And these are the things Nigeria need to be interrogating. But unfortunately, we see it as something else. And tomorrow you said government is bad, government is full of criminals. And when the criminals are even raising their heart to say, look, this, I am here, I'm the criminal. I think these are the things that we need to really get right.
I'm happy you've mentioned the Kogi State governor now, Yahya Bello. If the APC has zoned that presidential seat to the south, why is Governor Yahya Bello contesting? Will the party sell forms to somebody who is not from the south?
Have you not, with all this noise, did you see anybody that attack Yahya Bello? Did you see anybody talking about him? Because they know the intention. We know the intention, so we know, you can see nobody's losing.
Is he one of those, you think he falls under one of those you are calling those who will do the horse trading?
I want to believe that. I want to believe that. I want to believe that. I remember when we talk, I wish him luck, and what I just told him, I said, made the right.
Yes.
And he just carried the day. And I know who's right and just in this game.
What is the strategy going forward now? You know, is it important that the vice president gets the endorsement of the president?
Well, let me quickly tell you this. Only, you know, in strategy,
yes.
only I don't know the way I can call it. Only a fool, a general that don't even understand his commission, that will make his strategy public. But like I told someone this morning, I said, look, Osibajo camp, we've adopted the motto of our Nigerian army, that victory comes from God. And here we have the people with us, and we have his grace. Everything will work well.
Those who criticized his declaration, saying that, you know, a lot of Nigerians feel that they are suffering now under this Buhari administration. And so when he comes out to say, I will continue from where this administration stopped, people see it as a continuation of suffering.
What I know, unfortunately, in Nigeria, we don't read. I think we should have tried to pick out the policy of government.
Yes.
Look at the manifesto. I put it to you, and I want anybody to take me on this. That see that manifesto, see what the lofty idea that the government of Muhammadu Buhari has.
Yes.
If you see someone that can aggressively and effectively implement it, it shall be well with Nigeria, and that's what he's trying to say. He's not saying that we continue the suffering. And let me be sincere. Nobody would like to impose suffering on anybody. The idea, what matters most is there's no way government is continuing, and that's what he's saying. I will continue. Government is continuing. Even let me be sincere. Don't forget that the governor of Central Bank of Nigeria and others, so numerous to mention, are from President Goodluck Jonathan. Still, they're still in continuum. Government is in continuum. What matters most is what you are going to do. What matters most is leadership. Leadership, effective one, something that will say things and to say this is how to do it. And that is what happened. When I enjoy reading British history, that's their monarchy. Yeah. By the time you see the time of the Henry VII, don't forget that it's King Henry VII is the father of the King Henry VIII.
Yes.
We know what King Henry VIII have done. And are you not surprised that, but this man is the son of the other one that left? It's everyone comes with their attitude, with the attitude and attitude, and they come with their own styles. And the same way, if you remember, we have a king in England that even abdicated.
Yes.
And when his brother took over, you can see what happened. And we have the Victoria, who we can say is the mother of the empire, is the mother of the empire. That during his time we have the whole empire, and at the same time we have one that even all the empires started crumbling. So what matters was that every leaders come with their own style. This man has been there for the past 7 years, has studied it, understudied it. He's like an apprentice, and from being an apprentice, has been tested once, twice, thrice to see what it is. And through all those times, you can see what has happened, and nobody can fault him. All those times, he became the acting president. Why can't we? We have seen what his signature. Why don't you allow him to fully endorse his view on Nigeria for some time and see what it is? So that's what it is. So if he can say, yes, I will continue, you can't tell him that I will never. Even if you say that, I will be one of those that will say, no, sir, you are lying on that. There must be continuing. But it's the style and pattern that matter. The aggressiveness, the effectiveness to run the program, that's what matters.
One of the things people are hoping to see from a presidency of Osinbajo is the matter of restructuring laid to rest. This current president, Muhammadu Buhari, had tried using executive orders, executive order number 10 of 2020, granting, for instance, financial autonomy to the legislature and the judiciary, in spite of the good intentions behind that. The courts were right in interpreting that it was a constitutional amendment that would drive a restructuring. So you know the Latin maxim, ex nihilo nihil fit. So we know that we can't put anything on nothing. So where does Vice President Osinbajo stand on the matter of restructuring? Being a lawyer, a law professor, are we going to see now the APC pushing for constitutional amendments that will enable restructuring to happen?
Well, let me quickly tell you this. If we are going to discuss what Osinbajo stands for and what Nigeria are going to gain from his presidency, we're not going to leave here. But let me just quickly give you something like a snippet, like a hint.
Yes.
I think recently I've tried as much as possible to read most of his addresses. One thing that you cannot take away from his addresses are two things: social justice and rule of law. And I think you need to start by trying to look at his insights on state policing. I'm not going to say it here, but then you now understand, and you need to look at his insight on restructuring, on the relationship between the states and the federal government.
Yes.
Even on NSAS, before the NSAS, there is some recommendation that the vice president, as acting president, raised and even directed the inspector general of police, if you remember that time,
yes,
to address before the issue of NSAS. I may not want to say that because, you know, now this is a game of politicking, it will be twisted, but you need to read most of his address, then you can have the idea of how his presidency is going to be like. But like I said, two things that I'm so sure of with presidency, or Osinbajo presidency: social justice will be issue of premium, issue of that's very imperative to be done in the country. Then what do you expect from professor of law to talk of rule of law? These two, at least, is something I can bet even my birth certificate on.
There's a lot of rancor, though, between the supporters of Osinbajo and the supporters of Tinubu. It's looking as if they are opposition, not even within the same party.
Let me tell you something. I'm supporters of Osinbajo today. I don't think I will have any rancor with Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu. Any supporters of any supporter of any of these two leaders that seem to have any rancor, I think I will doubt the credibility.
On social media, they're going at it.
I know that I would like to doubt their credibility of being a supporter. Let me tell you something. Yesterday we were discussing somewhere, and some people were fighting, abusing Tinubu, some were abusing Osinbajo. And I quickly say something. Everybody kept quiet. I said, look, on this platform, Seyi Tinubu, that's the son of Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, is with us on this platform. Have you ever seen him even saying anything about you abusing Osinbajo or not? And now you are taking Panadol more than somebody's having headache, you are taking Panadol for that. If the son, Osinbajo has sons, Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu has, they have the same thing.
Yes.
Have you ever seen two of them fighting? But those that seem not to know anything, pretenders, social climbers that believe, oh, I'm their supporter, I want to fight somewhere. Even there are some people who say they want to break bottle and go. For what? That is what we say. Anybody, any of the possible see themselves fighting, I think there is a credibility of that they are claim that they are supporter. And I think that is what it is.
What if Professor Osinbajo is not the candidate of the All Progressives Congress on May 30 and 31? At the end of the primaries, he does not emerge as the candidate. What happens?
The first thing, my first reaction, God forbid, because from what I know,
yes,
he will certainly be the candidate of the APC. And if no, I don't think one need to nothing to discuss that. It can be.
It's not a matter of if.
It's not a matter of if. I think we should be talking about when it becomes. What will happen? What will happen? But if you said that what it is either identify. I will not go to farm because I have no farm. I'm a lawyer. I've been doing this. Either to identify any candidate which will not be in the PDP, or I may even present myself as a presidential candidate, because there is the ideas, and I believe there's some things that need to be done. I don't think there's anything wrong. The friends are there, the supporters are there. You present yourself, but I don't think it will happen. I don't think it will happen, because this is not something that is done overnight. This is a plan of over 3 years, and I believe with God
so
on our
when
side.
you say over 3 years, those who are pointing to the fact that he moved his membership of the APC from Lagos State to Ogun State, and saying that this betrayal had been in the works for a long time.
No, it can't be. When I mention over 3 years, I'm not talking of Yemi Osinbajo, I'm talking of the group. I belong to nothing less than 6 different groups.
All agitating for him.
All agitating for Osinbajo. There is a progressive professionals for Osinbajo. There's progressive lawyers for Osinbajo. There's next level. We have Osinbajo grassroots support. We have PYO. We have everything. But I'm just talking for the past 3 years. We've been sitting, checking, and whatever it is, and that is different entirely from Osibajo. Now, to the question you raised,
yes,
one thing that is so clear is that democracy itself is choice. I can be, if you remembered, my first foray into politics, national politics in Nigeria, is to contest as a Senate in Abuja, whereas I'm from Ondo State.
Right.
I moved my registration, voter registration, everything to Abuja. And being a resident of Abuja, and I carry my business here, I was able to do that. And nothing stopped me tomorrow. Just let me go home. And what matters most is that you plan. And here, somebody exercising that right of choice. I don't think there's anything there. And as at the time when he did it, it was the pomp and pageantry. All the state leaders were there, including the state governor of Ogun State, that is President Abiodun. But today some people say he's surreptitiously hide.
Yes.
It wasn't. It was a national. It was a public issue.
What is the significance of moving from where he was registered? I think Etiosa local government.
Freedom. Significance there is freedom. Exercise freedom of choice. Freedom, nothing. That is demonstration of freedom. That look, I'm accepted anywhere. I'm from the Kenya, yes, I'm back home. And mind you, do you know the agitation? Do you know what it is? Do you know that as I sit here, do you know the number of people that call me every day? Come home, come home, come home. I mean, I'm not saying that, but like, you know, when you're a leader, you are not yourself again. You don't own you. You don't own. You don't own yourself. Only except you are not a leader, and that is one of my fortification. That at the end of the day, Ahmed Tinubu, Ashwabi Ahmed Tinubu, we go with Osibajo, because by the time we see, look, he has an intelligent report that say, no, this is what my people want. I remembered one of my leaders told me when he was talking to him about Ambode, why don't let us have this man do the second time? He said, well, this is what the people of Lagos want. By the time we realize that this is what Nigeria want, you will see him raising the hands of Professor Yemi Osibajo. Did that realize our faith? And this is not a fluke. This is real. And this is one of the attributes of any leader, to listen to his people. You are not yourself. Though today we say, yeah, it's my personal ambition, life ambition. But here, that's why I mentioned that this is the ambition of 200 million Nigeria. One ambition of a man, an ambition of 200 million Nigeria. Which one will take premium? This is the issue.
This is the issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Ajulo, for speaking with me today. And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another interesting episode of Space and Style. If this is your first time of watching the show, this is where we talk about all things property. My name is Olamide Onifade, and today we are going to be talking about a very topical issue in property acquisition. And of course, on another segment, we have our interior decorator who will be sharing tips on how to take our DIY decor to another level. On the property of the week, we are going to showcase a unique property to inspire you to join the real estate ladder. And lastly, on the artisan of the week, we have a craftsman who will take us through the nitty-gritty of his craftsmanship. But before we jump into the show, let's go on a short break and please stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. On the show today, we're going to be having a conversation on a topical issue which many people can relate to, and that is acquiring property from traditional landowners, popularly called the Omoniles in the local parlance. Have you ever bought land from a landowning family, popularly called the Omonile? What was your experience? Daunting, I guess. So to discuss this topic with me is a delectable lady and veteran in the business. My guest today is Mrs. Adaku Chibuike Ochenwa. She's a legal practitioner and senior partner at the Priceless Chambers with over 10 years experience in handling real estate matters. She specializes in investigating and performing comprehensive review of land and title documents and real estate transactions. Thank you so much, Adaku, for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
So how has practice been in that niche? You know, property transaction, because I can imagine, because that's my niche too, and I understand what you go through every day.
Well, I would say practice in that area has been interesting.
Wow.
You definitely get to hear a lot of stories. And beyond the stories, you are working the journey with prospective homeowners, prospective real estate investors. So it's quite interesting seeing that you are assisting clients to realize their dreams of home ownership or investment in real estate. So it's been an interesting journey thus far.
So this Omonile scourge. So to start with, how do you advise a potential client to negotiate a land deal with a traditional, landowners? So rather than say traditional landowners, for the sake of ease, we just say Omonile. So how do you?
Okay, so normally people, prior to this season where we have a lot of real estate companies springing up, we know that people largely bought properties from what you call the Omoniles. And one of the major issues people have experienced with buying from Omoniles is because most times those transactions are either fraught with disputes or fraudulent practices. That's where you get to see somebody is selling to 1, 2, 3 other persons in that place. So what normally I would advise clients to do is ensure that, one, you're dealing with the right family.
How do you ensure that?
Okay, so before we get to how do we ensure you're dealing with the right family, Okay, we call it due diligence. Ensure you do your due diligence. In law, it's called caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. So I want to buy lands from land-owning family. One, I want to find out what documents do they have on the land. If they have a registered survey, and most times, they do not have that. But some families do have it. But where you're dealing with a family that doesn't have it, one of the things you want to rely on is grapevine. Now, land and
what
properties.
What do you mean grapevine?
That's where I'm going. Now, land and properties are largely fixed assets. So they've been there for decades. There are people who know the story about this. There are, as in a neighborhood, people know that this property has been here. People have a story to tell you about this property. They know who has moved in, they know who have moved out and all that. So most times when you say grapevine, it's like getting the gists in the community about that property. So most times you get to hear, Mumokbe, I know that something
happened. They can readily
happened.
tell you who the landowner is.
You get, they'll tell you the history
family
and all that. So, and not just the news you get from local intel, you can also look out for who the traditional ruler or leader is in that community. So you can either go there to see the person, and if you don't have access directly to the traditional ruler, you can definitely see the PA or somebody within the traditional ruling families to give you a gist about the property. Oh, I heard that family Lagbaja owns this property, and we just want to come and verify that indeed that this is what is here. Because I know that for a few clients have handled search, that's always the step we get to take when trying to investigate, especially where there are no documents to authenticate the fact that you are the landowning family.
So are there pros? I know there are cons to buying from Omonile, but are there any pros at all? I mean, advantages from buying from them?
Okay, so I would like to say that prior to the Land Use Act, what they had was a freehold title. In essence, their title was second to none, was more like, so definitely when you buy from them, you have an absolute title. However, with the Land Use Act, their title, though not removed, is still subject to that of the governor, who is the trustee of all the lands there. So when you're buying from them, the title you have is almost similar to what they have. In essence, it's almost similar to a freehold title before you register it. So when you go ahead, after you bought from them and you want to go ahead to register it, that's when the government begins to regulate the amount of years you have on that land.
Okay, so you're saying that you can get up to 99?
You can get up to 99.
Because you're probably the first buyer.
Directly from them. Exactly.
Okay.
Then you have to be the one to process the C of O and regularize your stand there. So that's one of the advantage. Okay. However, with the uprise of estates, you get to see that one of the disadvantages of buying such lands is that most times there's no clear mapping of what the building structure in such areas are. You get to see that there are no proper drainage systems and all that. So that is one of the lashback from buying such, except you're already buying in a built-up community where you're seeing all those drainage systems and a proper mapping of the land. So when you're buying from them in such areas, then it's a good deal because you're buying directly from the people who have something close to a freehold title.
So what about the disadvantages, which I know are enormous?
Yeah, so like we've said, one of the disadvantages is always that issue of them reselling to 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Yes, we know we have a law that's in Lagos State, the Lagos State Property Protection Law, that actually guards against land grabbers. But it's one thing to have the law, and it's one thing to actually execute it. Though I know there has been execution, but the fact is the headache one has to go through to execute the law. As in essence, I bought a property. So recently, I and a few friends came together and we wanted to start a land banking project, and we did our due diligence and all that. Now, it wasn't up to 2 weeks after we've made the payment, so we had not even established acts of possession there and all that. So the day we went, 2 weeks after, to start establishing acts of possession, somebody drove past us and said, "Madam, now get this land." And we said, "Yes." Say, "Hey, these Omonile people, they can't bring me come here." So, in essence, immediately we heard that. In short, that day we just went to like view the land, clear the place and all that. We took acts of possession immediately. We started establishing boundaries and all that.
So what do you mean in layman terms? What do you mean acts of possession?
Okay, so when I said we took acts of possession immediately, is we had to start establishing our presence there. Establishing our presence by fencing, by putting blocks, by ensuring that people know that aside from the fact that this place has been bought from the Omoniles, it has been cleared, and now you're seeing a building come up. Do you understand? So definitely, if somebody brings you there, then we place the signboard. If somebody brings you there and say that I'm the owner of this land, you will want to call the number there. You will want to see there are physical...
So you have constructive notice.
Exactly. So you have constructive notice. You can't ignore the fact that you didn't notice that people were already establishing their acts of possession.
Okay, Adako, just hold your thoughts.
Okay.
We're due for a short break. We'll be back.
Thank you.
We're due for a short break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, and you are still watching Space and Style. Adako Chibuike Ochinwa is still with us in the studio discussing how to acquire land from traditional landowners, popularly known as Omonile in local palace. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Thank you too for having me.
Before we went on the break, we were talking about how to do your due diligence and all that, but how, okay, so for instance, you're starting a real estate transaction and you want to buy from this Omonile. Who are the professionals you should be having beside you?
Okay, so as a person, as an individual who wants to buy properties from Omonile, I would refer to two major professionals you should have on standby when you want to transact with Omoniles. One is your legal practitioner, and two, it's your surveyor. Now, your legal practitioner, because they understand the pros and cons of buying from family lands. In essence, they need to know that the person or the people you're transacting with has capacity to transfer title to you. Because when you're buying from land-owning families, not everybody there has the capacity to transfer to you because they belong to the family. So you want to ensure that your legal practitioner is guiding you to make sure that you're transacting with the right people that can transfer title to you. And your surveyor, you want to be sure that that particular portion where you are negotiating on is free from government acquisition.
So what's the role of the surveyor then?
The role of the surveyor is to get to site, ensure that the right coordinates are picked, and carry out a search on it to be sure that the land you intend to buy
is free from acquisition.
It's indeed the same property that is being described on the survey plan.
Okay, so there are also a lot of hidden charges when you buy. Foundation, charge. This one levy, different, members of the family would come in. How can you avoid that?
Okay, so I initially talked about the Lagos State Property Protection Law. The Lagos State Property Protection Law actually worked on regulating that. And it said that people should not, through their agents or something, reap people off who want to construct. However, it does not preclude land-owning families from collecting their usual foundation levy or money, but this must be...
So are you saying the government is agreeing with them that they are entitled to the foundation?
Actually, I'm saying that the law is agreeing with them that they are entitled to the foundation levy. However, it must be collected through the family head. So when you're transacting for the land, you're negotiating that along with them so that you don't have issues when you're constructing. And you're going into agreement terms with them that this is all I'm paying over this. Nobody should come again to the construction site to demand for this.
But of course, you know that you can't control that. What if they come back? How do you
so
get
in
out of
large extent, you can control that because you're negotiating with the family head. The family head has authority over the family, the land-owning family. So I'm negotiating with you guys. Okay, we're going to construct this, that. And another thing we have learned in the real estate business, now this is not legal, this is real estate. There are necessary evils. In essence, you might not always be on site. So you want to create, and you're going to be buying into their community, you want to create a camaraderie
with them.
Now you can get them to supply you blocks. You can get them involved.
Get them busy.
You get so that in a way they're earning from your construction, and at the same time they're overseeing one or two of your projects.
So how do you determine that you're speaking to the right family member? Because you're talking about family head, principal, members of the family, and
which is why it's always advisable that you go with a very sound real estate professional in the field when you're going on that journey with homeowners.
Wow.
It's not something you can do alone.
Thank you so much, Adaku.
Thank
it's
you.
so unfortunate we are already out of time. I would have loved to have the discussion again, but of course, this is an ongoing discussion. There are many areas that we have not touched on, and I hope you come back again when you call.
I definitely look forward to coming back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
It was an insightful discussion.
Thank you.
We have come to the end of this segment, and I believe that after listening to this discussion, you have more knowledge and insight of what to do when you're dealing with customary landowners and avoid being victims of fraudulent transactions. And this takes us to the next segment of the show. So let's hear what our interior decorator is preaching to us this week. Enjoy.
I'm Dr. Morenike Basharu, CEO and Chief Creative Director at Dewey Options Limited, an interior design firm. So today we're going to talk about lighting in interior design. Lighting is one of the most important elements of design. And it's simply because an interior project is brought to light with lighting. Imagine a space that you do a beautiful colors, beautiful furniture with no light. It's not going to be lively. It will be drab. So lighting brings life to every design project. So we're going to talk about, today I'm going to talk to you about the importance of lighting, and also I'm going to talk to you about the different types of lighting we've got in interior design. So light creates depth and it creates coziness in a design project. Also, light can be used to focus on very attractive areas in a design project because, let me take for example, you design a living space and you put a particular beautiful furniture in a corner, and you want to highlight this furniture, you can put a lighting around there, to bring focus to that furniture. So you use lighting to do that. Also, lighting can be used for tasks. Right? So we want to read, for example, we can have the reading lamps, we can have lighting that are used in kitchen cabinetry, for instance, that you want to focus on some items that you put in your cabinets, right? Or you put wall arts on the wall, you want to have lighting on top of this wall art, to focus on some interior accessories that you put on them. So lighting can be used for this. So we're going to go into types of lighting that we have. So we've got three broad categories of lighting. So we've got the ambience lighting, we have the task, and we have the accent light. So for the ambience light is like the light that gives the ambience to the space. So it's the bright lighting. So you can use chandeliers to create that. You can use your spotlight to create that. So that's what gives the mood to that space. So let me take, for example, in a workspace, like an office, a corporate office, you want to have bright lighting. So you don't want to start using like the mood yellow or very amber lighting. You want to use the white lighting because that is the function of that space. In a home, for example, maybe you have a living room or you want to have a place where it's cozy, you might want to use like your amber lighting. So we have got the ambient light. We have the task light that is used for purpose. So let me take, for example, in the kitchen, I want to put it under my cabinetry. So if I want to work on the kitchen top, I can put it on and I can chop and see clearly. If I want to read by maybe a reading table in a corner, I want to put light there so it helps me, it illuminates the area properly for me. You know, so we also have the accent light that can focus on pieces, you know, just to accentuate those pieces. So let me take, for example, a wall art. You can have a beautiful wall art on the wall and you want to put a beautiful lighting over it to focus on the wall art. You can have like a pretty piece somewhere, you want to put light on it to just focus on it. So those are the different categories of lighting that we have. But in some, and we also have the decorative lighting. And in some instances, you can have some lighting that are ambience lighting, but again, they're decorative. And that's when we talk about our chandeliers. And that's why we have some chandeliers, they're not drab, they're a bit dramatic, you know, to bring, you know, to pop the space. All right, so let me give you a tip to go away with today. So if you have a small space and you don't want to spend too much and you still want your space to be a bit dramatic, you can just change your chandelier. Have that dramatic chandelier in place. I hope you've been able to learn one or two things today. See you again next week.
Welcome back to the last segment of the show, the artisan spot, where we discuss with a highly skilled workman on the intricacies of his craftsmanship. Enjoy.
My name is Williams Michael. I'm an iron bender. I've been serving for before I became contractor, I've been serving for 8 years before I became a contractor. Just only, if you have a child brain, you can only use 3 years, 4 years to learn it. It will make you to understand more and to make you to have more knowledge, more wisdom about the world. And to make you to be traveling around so many places, even so many places you have not been going before. A lot of places like that. So that's why I choose to do it. I just like it. Yeah, number one, everything for safety at first. You have to be careful about what you do, how you work on the site. You have to be careful about all those too. Anybody can be a good iron bender once you learn it. It's something, it's work you learn normally. So there's no physical or something like that. Everything is not just like energy, song, no. Use your brain. There are some kind of things that I will bend. And if a guy comes to me, and anybody that have muscle power more than me, he can't even bend it. Why? Because you need to use your brain. There's the way it's bent. If you don't learn it, you can't just come and do it. The best part of the job is laying and tightening. Laying mats and tightening. I enjoy it. The major problem I do find in the job is that normally sometimes the job is get some that they will just rush you. You have to finish it on time and you don't even have enough time to do the job. So that's a major challenge we do face on the job. So they have to give us time to finish it. But when they are rushing us, we may not be able to meet up our point at times again. You need to understand the tape. It's very important. And you need to know how to bend. To bend is one of the most important things on the tape again. And secondly, for you to become a contractor in iron bender, you have to understand the drawing, which they call plan. In any way, anyhow they design it, anyhow you have to understand it very well. Yes, I advise people to learn this work because it's a very good job and to let you to know more about what you didn't even know before and to make you travel to many states.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week. I am Olamide Onifade, and thanks so much for watching. Until next week, this is Space and Style.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
No, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Kindness is the word that inspired Emmy Award-winning filmmakers Kahani Cooperman and John Hoffman to make The Antidote. The documentary focuses on how American communities across the country are coming together in times of need.
My name is O'Connell. I'm Dr. O'Connell. What do you need? Anything? I need mental health.
Dr. James O'Connell, founder of Boston Healthcare for the Homeless, goes out in the streets to treat homeless people.
I'm Russell. I work here at the college. Tell me your name again.
In Amarillo, Texas, Russell Laurie Hart, president of Amarillo College, helps underprivileged students manage their personal lives, thrive academically, and escape generational poverty. At Peter Johansen High School in Modesto, California, Sherry McIntyre teaches a class about religious tolerance and the diversity of faith in America.
We need to protect the rights of the smallest minority, because in doing that, we're protecting our own rights. We can't get too comfortable. We have to stand up for each other.
The stories go on and on.
We came up with 6 questions that completely informed our creative process, which are: how do we raise our children? How do we teach our children? How do we take care of the sick and the dying? How do we live and work together? How do we welcome the stranger? And how do we lead?
Hoffman says the film was made as a counterpoint to the growing political and social divisions in America.
Those stories are all examples of working to right these systemic wrongs that we call fundamental unkindnesses.
It's, fundamentally unkind to not have a safe place to sleep. Fundamentally unkind to not have access to health care. Racism is fundamentally unkind. Homophobia is fundamentally unkind. Sexism is fundamentally unkind.
Cooperman says that although the film was made just before the country was ensnarled in the grip of the pandemic, it is relevant today.
More relevant, perhaps, than when we even started. Certainly with COVID, it was about communities coming together.
such as how communities in Anchorage, Alaska are welcoming African refugees, or how elderly communities in Portland, Oregon are caring for children in foster care. The filmmakers hope the documentary inspires people to reach out to one another and to feed the force of good rather than fan the flames of hatred and divisiveness. Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good evening. I am Maureen Menongwezigwe with the news update. Photos of the abducted train passengers have been released by their abductors. The 3 sets of photos released by the terrorists were believed to have been released on Monday night. The chairman of the Abducted Passengers Forum had earlier hinted in a news conference in Kaduna last week that the federal government is currently talking with the terrorists. Recall that in the first video released by the terrorists, they hinted that they were not after money, but an exchange of the abducted passengers with their commanders, who they alleged are under the custody of the federal government. Some residents believe that the release of the photos may be an indication that the abducted passengers are alive and in good condition. The popular Please Mami market in Damaturu, Yobe State has been closed over fears of bomb attacks by Boko Haram. The Damaturu Please Mami market is located inside the Police Area Command, Damaturu. Reports say all shops at the market were under lock and keys, a situation that looks contrary to the booming nightlife in Damaturu, the state capital. Other pubs in the town, especially in Jerusalem area, have also been shut for the same reasons. Police spokesman Dongos Abdul Karim confirmed the closure of the market. The Imo State government has buried en masse the victims of the illegal oil refinery explosion which occurred at a forest in Abazi, community of the Ohaji Egbema local government area of the state on Friday night. The victims were buried at the site of the explosion. The tragedy claimed over 100 lives.
We have been able to identify 1 or 2 persons have taken them, but the casualty figure as of last visit on Sunday still remains 110. Means of survival here is hard. So maybe as a result of finding things difficult that made them to join this business. There is no how you can provide job for people and they will prefer joining this kind of business, knowing that the risk is high. So I'm not actually saying that what they are doing is right, but I mean, from my own understanding, is part of as a result of frustration.
They were so loose that these illegal bunkers could come here in their numbers without any kind of threat, not feeling that the police security agents will come. That's why we blame them, not because they're the people doing it, but a security agent should be able to forestall anything illegal. You couldn't allow them to happen.
A group, the Hase Health Initiative, has organized a capacity building workshop for stakeholders in Ekiti State on female genital mutilation, FGM. The Stop Cut project is aimed to reduce the prevalence of FGM by improving law enforcement systems and enhancing public awareness through collaborative efforts championed by critical stakeholders. The one-day workshop with the media practitioners held in Ado-Ekiti centered around understanding advocacy policies against the prevalence of the FGM. One of the resource speakers, Akinyele Olukemi, said that the objective of the workshop is to build capacity for media personnel, noting that there are major stakeholders in curbing the menace. On his part, the representative of Hesse Health Initiative, Bamidele Oyeomi, admonished all stakeholders to champion the campaign at the community level.
Consequently, we have them task ready. I told you of the lady that the leg was tied together. The person can develop inflammation as a result of that. Inflammation can also lead to infection of various types, due to use of the same instruments, due to healing problems, because already that healing will not be okay. That this FGM is bad thing that we must stop. So let's encourage others and all our relatives not to involve in female genital mutilation anymore.
So you can see that the offenses are much. The person is already facing one count for physical injury, placing somebody in fear of physical injury, and the prohibition of the act itself, female genital mutilation, then Section 6, prohibition of frustrated investigation, then prohibition of harmful traditional practices. So if a good prosecutor charged with all the sessions, and by the time they saw everything together, that's why sometimes you will see they will say somebody has been jailed for 100 years, somebody has been jailed for 150 years, and you now be wondering how many years does this person want to live?
Advocate for laws and policies, review laws and policies that protect women from genital mutilation, and also we have called on you to champion community campaigns. When we see community campaigns, let's help them promote it. We have called on you to champion community campaigns to end female genital mutilation in different communities that we have in Ekiti State.
The Kingsmen of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Bas Mustafa, have donated medical utilities to hospitals covering the 7 district areas of Hong Local Government Council area of Adamawa State to cushion the effect of insurgency. President Hoba Development Association Alheri Nyako said the medical intervention is to bring succor to communities in the council following recent security challenges in the council. Hong local government area has witnessed series of violent attacks by bandits suspected to be members of Boko Haram.
We presented surgical hand gloves, sanitary pads for women, BP apparatus, hot lamps, which they use in the delivering unit, bed sheets, which is very, very important.
And when there's a particular need, we should fulfill the obligation of being our brother's keepers. When there's hardship, when there's suffering, when there's any calamity, we cannot be idle. We must do everything possible to make an impact. And that is why when bandits came to ransack one of our communities in Kopri, and the survivors had their houses bought, and they were brought to an IDP camp in Hong. The Labour Development Association Abuja attacked themselves, and we came massive relief, both foodstuffs, clothes, and some other materials.
There has been a rise recently in demand for creatives in the entertainment industry. However, respect for intellectual property laws is still a concern in a country where intellectual property is plagued by piracy. As the world marks Intellectual Property Day, we spoke to Professor Bankole Shodipo at the Babcock University School of Law and Ayinkansola Fayomi, an entertainment lawyer. Take a listen.
Of laws in Nigeria, we have courts that are willing to enforce the rights, and for those who have been to the courts, There are many cases that have been adjudicated. People have been imprisoned, and damages have been awarded of up to 16 billion naira for infringement. But the question really is how many people approach the courts and the time it takes even in enforcement of rights. These are some of the problems. Continuous engagement with the courts, because the courts are overworked. Some of us are saying that we need more judges, we need more courts. And we are also saying that the enforcers of the law for the government, the Nigerian Copyright Commission, for instance, and Standard Organization of Nigeria, NAFDAC, need to be empowered even in the enforcement of intellectual property by prosecuting infringers.
I think generally for me, it's just for us to change the orientation we have towards IP. There's a mindset of people not just understanding the value that is being attached to intellectual property as a product or as a property or as an asset that can be owned, that can be traded and can be exploited. Essentially, IP creation and IP management as a whole is extremely expensive. It's an expensive business, and even the government or the legislation, people that are in charge of financial institutions and whatever it is, have zero knowledge about how the economics of IP works. So even if the government has said, oh, there's 1 billion with CBN for the creative fund, the parameters to access this money is insane. It doesn't make any sense because you've not put those structures in place to ensure that, the average creative or the average company that works in creating IP or manages IP can access this money. So it's a futile venture, so a lot of the funds that have been set up that you say, oh, there's fanfare about, oh, this money has been set up for this, has been set up for that. Nobody can access it because you're putting parameters that do not make sense and we cannot.
Nigerians complain against incessant power failure in the country. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
I burn generator from almost on daily basis. I mean, by the time I calculate the money I spend for fuel on daily basis, and I honestly tell myself the truth that this power issue is something else. It's really dealing with us Nigerians.
This thing is affecting so many companies. My daughter has a company. I know how many fuel we run every day. People that cannot afford such, they end up packing up and going to other countries. Can I say in a month we'll have like 3 times? Is that power supply? So every day I burn fuel. Every day I buy fuel 2,000 in my house. It's very ridiculous.
We are being cheated. There is no light. I live at Ikoyi. They don't give us light. Like 3 times a week, and it's about 2 to 3 hours, and it's gone. There is money in this country, but we don't know where the money is going to. No water, no light, no good roads. What can we do?
It's affecting me. It's affecting me. See me as I'm sweating. If I bath finish like this, I begin sweating. In the evening, sweating. Midnight, sweating. All my children, they are sick now. No lights, and they are still bring the bill. Where is the money? And now, the bill is high. What are we using? Fan, television. So it's finished. I'm fit. I'm not using the oven. I'm not using washing machine. And they are bringing crazy bill for what? And no light. We are suffering from this Nigeria.
There is no light in my area. No single light. But we are paying for light, but we never see light. Sometimes once in 2 weeks. Sometimes you will not even see it.
And in sports, Chelsea manager Thomas Tuchel has said that his squad are unhappy about defender Antonio Rudiger's impending departure at the end of the season, but that they must accept the decision and get the best out of him in the season running. Tuchel confirmed at the weekend that Rudiger will leave after his contract expires, as sanctions imposed by the British government on Chelsea's Russian owner Roman Abramovich mean that they are unable to sign new players or renew existing contracts.
Like it or not, there will be life at Chelsea after Tony. And now is also for him and for us is the most important thing, that it ends like it started and like it was for the 1.5 years on the highest level possible. And no matter how the situation will be solved and when it will be solved and how things will be settled in the end, and how active we can be on the transfer market, can we react in which frame we can react. At the end, we will dig in and we will try to squeeze out everything of the squad that we have. And I hopefully, and like I know myself, I will again fall in love with the squad that I have then and try to push the squad to the limit. And then from pre-season next season, we will, like I said, life will go on, if we like it or not, if we are happy about it or not. And then from pre-season next season, we will give our very best, and I will be fully involved with all my heart and all my knowledge, sure.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Maureen Menongwezigwe. Thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own, it's an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates while working. I'm also 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look
close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
11-year-old Bubble Guy went from selling firewood and paper to becoming a wife so she could settle her mother's debt.
I was crying. I wanted someone to help, but we had no choice. The lenders were pressing hard.
More than 12 million underage girls like her get married every year, according to UNICEF.
I had not begun menstruating when I married. I started in my husband's house.
Some girls entering into early marriages are under pressure to continue cultural traditions. Others say they had limited options.
I married my daughter off because we had no place to live. Where could I keep her? If I was in a house with her, if I had my own house like now, of course I would have sent her to school. She would not have needed to marry at 11, 12, or 13. She could have been educated, found a job, or learned a trade.
Early marriages happen across societies. In the U.S., most states permit marriage before 18 if the individuals meet certain criteria. However, critics say many of these marriages take place to circumvent statutory rape laws that protect minors.
I met him about when I was like 13, 14. So one thing after another, after a few years, we just kind of ended up together. I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail.
The young wives are more likely to leave school, experience domestic abuse, and live in poverty compared to those who marry later, according to human rights activists.
I lost my childhood. I loved school and going to school. But they wouldn't let me.
As governments face international pressure to take action, individuals and groups are stepping forward to help young girls.
The night before the wedding, a local official came to our house to ask whether I wanted to marry. When I said no, he halted the ceremony.
Sultan Tumadam found joy in her married life despite being forced into the union.
I had never met my husband. I didn't know him. With time, we got to know each other. I'm very happy now. Thank goodness.
But the case was different for many of the child brides VOA met over the course of this project. Now divorced or deserted, they are angry at losing their education.
I think if I had only continued my studies, I would not have to experience so much harassment from other people now. I could have found a good job.
Now mothers themselves, they say they regret their stolen childhoods and add they never want to see their children married young.
I am now fighting for my children so they don't end up like me. Someone has to fight for them.
The United Nations is trying to eliminate the practice by 2030. Jesus Samelni, VOA News.
Hello and welcome to Wednesday Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. My name, as always, is Mikhail Tinubu. It's the middle of the week, so of course we have plenty of sports stories that have come before and still plenty to look forward to going into the rest of the weekend. Now, of course, Champions League football semi-final stage started last night. And we're going to have another match tonight between Liverpool and Villarreal. But of course, it was a blockbuster of a match last night, and it's worth discussing, delving into and taking in all of the major tactical points that went into that blockbuster matchup. I do have with me, I believe, today, Shenwa Jiragba, and we're going to be discussing this first story. Nigerian cricket has lost a terrific coach, and unfortunately, it's one experience we may not get back for a while, given the state of our sports and the administration within it. But cricket seems to do much better than football, and I just want you to hear this story out. Cricket World Cup winner Asanka Gurusinha has resigned from his role as the Nigeria Cricket Federation head coach and high performance manager, NCF. According to a letter sent to the Federation's board on March 31st, 2022, Asanka's resignation is due to health complications that will not allow him to perform his duties effectively. General Secretary of the Federation, Taiwo Oris, in a statement issued yesterday, commended the coach for transforming the game of cricket in Nigeria. Asanka was hired on December 1st, 2020, and in a short period of time, he made a significant impact on the game in Nigeria, most notably by bringing more discipline to players' approach to the game and establishing a coaching development template that was rolled out to Nigerian coaches. Like I said, I have Sheun Ajidagba with me today. Hello, Sheun.
Good morning, Mika. It's a pleasure joining you on the show.
Thank you so much. This is a big blow and a big loss, don't you think?
Definitely, this was a coach that was appointed precisely on December 1st, 2020 as the head coach of the Nigerian national team and the high performance manager. And when he was appointed, his job was to develop Nigerian cricket and take us to that enviable height, which is playing among the big boys, the likes of Sri Lanka, the likes of Australia, England. More importantly, he's supposed to develop our coaches also based on his level of experience and also develop cricket at the grassroots level. So not only was he the coach of the Yellow Greens, which is the senior national team, he was also supervising all other national teams. And to us, he came as a root shot. Don't forget, Mika, the last time I was in the studio, I told you about inviting 36 players for trial matches, after which 24 or 20 will be picked. So last Sunday at the Tafa Balewa Cricket River was the end of those trial matches. And what they did was to announce the 24-man league. But guess what? What he got was Atlanta saying he has a shoulder problem and he has to go to Australia to treat his shoulder. And he doesn't want to leave that vacuum. Although he had submitted his resignation letter to the Cricket Federation on the 31st of March. But his contract will end in June, but he will be leaving. It was an emotional day at TBS, and even from the president of the federation, Mr. Uyapata, he was very, very sad. But
Now,
because of the love they showed him in Nigeria and the love he has gotten from the players, he sees them doing very well, going forward, and he's still up to work with them.
When it comes to development, obviously the journey is never done. You can always get better. But at this time in the evolution of our cricket, where has he left us now? Are we, shall we say, halfway there? Or are we already there to the point you made earlier, getting us to that stage of competing with the big boys? Are we already there? Has he accomplished the mission he originally came to do?
We are not there yet. Let me be frank with you. Ideally, we are supposed to be moving slow and steady. But with the exit of Atlanta, we need a new coach that will be coming. He has to start from ground zero. Wow. So we are not there yet. If you were there, we would have said, okay, we are moving in a particular direction. But we are not there yet. So we have to start again from ground zero. Nigeria is preparing for two competitions. One is the African Cricket T20 qualifiers, venue yet to be named. And we also have the African Cricket Association competition, venue yet to be named. But this is a massive blow for us.
All right, Sheil, let's move on to some other sporting news. I'm sure we'll revisit this story, Asanka's story, in due time, again, possibly again this weekend, to talk more on the state of cricket. Now, after one of the greatest of Champions League semi-final clashes, Manchester City will take a 4-3 lead into the second leg of their tie against Real Madrid following an extraordinary encounter at the Etihad Stadium on Tuesday. A breathtaking and relentlessly fast game packed with chances, moments of individual brilliance and a smattering of defensive lapses was a treat for the spectators, but leaves City, who had the better of the game with the slenderest of leads, to defend at the Santiago Bernabeu next Wednesday, May 4th. Real's Italian coach Carlo Ancelotti had mixed feelings after the match. He thought of it as an entertaining night and left with some regrets, but there was a hint of optimism in his analysis. Pep Guardiola described the win over Real Madrid as a good advertisement for football. City will take a slender lead now to Madrid, and the UEFA Champions League semi-final tie next week, with Guardiola thrilled with how his team played. He says some of his reactions on the side of the pitch when chances were spurned were just his emotional response, and he was delighted with their overall game.
I get that in the back because you're going to be coming around, yeah.
Do you want to I don't want to say anything.
Doing this competition for my small experience is that you have to overcome situations like football give in front of you. So you cannot expect. Even the result could have been better. Madrid is always Bernabeu Madrid. It doesn't matter with 1-0 up or 2 or 3 always. So you have to perform really well 2 games. We performed really well the first one. You have to do it the second one. It's a good test to show our personality as a team. And we are going to travel there to win the game. Football is football. And we have to understand that sometimes, I'm not going to say one word, so we deserve more. Football is a result. But how we performed was exceptional in all terms. So nobody can say that the football game was not good, because both teams want to try to play, want to try to win, and hopefully in Bernabeu we can do a good performance as well, because we need it. So we know that we have to maybe rise the level, or maybe play better to reach the final. But this competition demands that, you know. And at the end, with chances we can create, we have to convert. Okay, it's not our fault. So we have to try to do it. We were really, really clear, and we didn't do it. Okay. And, you know, this competition gives you this emotion. Of course, when you miss the chances, oh, God, and we arrive, score a goal, oh, they didn't do not much to maybe score a goal. But no, I think no one can say they didn't enjoy. And when this happens, it's a good advertising for football. So I think congratulate Madrid and Man City for what we have done. So.
Sean, I don't think anyone or anyone's grandma missed this match. It was such a blockbuster. It was the thriller in Manchester. Man City were expected to do very well, obviously, but Real Madrid stayed in, even though many will agree that Man City had the better of the opportunities in the game. Sean?
Well, I hope they don't regret at the end of the day. They spawned chances.
True.
Because football is about creating chances and converting those chances. One of the biggest culprits yesterday was Riyad Mahrez. He was trying to do too much. Yet he had Mendy for lunch, but our colleague for dinner. There were chances he should have created that they should have scored. But again, you ask, how do you surrender a key goalie, which they were comfortable on? Don't forget that as early as the second minute, the Brenner had scored. Jesus also scored. They were leading 2-0. They allowed Madrid to come back. It could have been with 3-4, even before Madrid got that goal. They rose into another key goalie, courtesy of a strike by Bernardo Silva. They allowed Madrid to come back again. And before we could say that everything became 4-3, 7-goal thriller.
You know,
defensively, the two teams were shambolic.
True.
But again, football, we always say it's about goals.
You know,
that goals make the fans very, very excited.
Shane, watching the match, obviously, it dawned on me that, first of all, on the first point, Real Madrid, no matter how experienced they were, the level of defensive errors committed by them was atrocious. It was like the stakes were so high, every defender wanted to win every ball. First, it was the third goal for Man City with Fernandinho stealing the ball from Vinicius. But then in a reverse of the exact same circumstance, he tried to steal the ball a second time, and this time around Vinicius saw him coming and tricked him and got the ball all the way into the back of the net. So many defensive errors, but I think the highlight of the match for me was watching Pep Guardiola screaming his mind off on the side of the pitch, because his teams have historically been here many times and they've choked. And those missed opportunities might be the symptom that will ultimately end up costing him another Champions League trophy in the return leg?
He's under pressure, either you like it or not. Some persons will tell you that the Abu Dhabi brothers, head by Sheikh Mansour, just wanting to dominate the Premier League. But you don't spend those kind of money and you don't win the Champions League. More so when he's hearing comments like the last time we won the Champions League was back in 2011 with Lionel Messi. So without Messi, we can't win the Champions League. He has been knocking on that door, getting to the semi-final, getting to the final. So he wants to win that Holy Grail for Manchester City. But truth of the matter is, he knew that they needed to go to Estadio Santiago Bernabeu with what looks more like an healthy league. But this one that they are going with a very slim league is not too comfortable for him. I don't know what approach he is going to employ in Bernabeu next week. Don't forget that in the first leg quarter-final against Atletico Madrid, they only scored just one goal. And when they got to Wanda Metropolitano, they employed a different tactics that nobody ever saw from Guardiola in his entire life, which was to be defensively minded. Is that what they want to employ? If they do that against Real Madrid, will come at them.
Will
Are they going to go all out? That remains to be seen.
Well, the pedigree of Real Madrid obviously showed on the night. Regardless of their defensive woes, their attack was constantly functioning. Now, let's move on to the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who showed off his football talents during a visit to Bury Football Club in Manchester on Monday, April 25th. He also tried his hand at painting over the goal line at the club's grounds in northwest England. In honor of his visit, the Prime Minister was presented with a football shirt with his name and number 10 on the back. His visit comes as the British government is set to establish an independent regulator in English football to deal with the game's finances, club ownership, and corporate governance. The regulator will be backed by primary legislation to provide it with the statutory powers to license and sanction clubs. The Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sports, DC